Test, test, test. Welcome in to Summers Gymnasium, live on the campus of Bryan College, between the Appalachian Athletic Contest between your Bryan College Lady Lions and the visiting Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers. What a matchup we have here today to start our Thanksgiving break here at Bryan with some women's basketball. Coach Matt Ballant and the Lions trying to stay undefeated in Appalachian Athletic Conference play. Let's go across the starting lineups. For the Bryan Lady Lions, number 0, Ashlyn Crittenden. Number 20, Ellie Graham. Number 21, Kaylin Walls. Number 24, Molly Brown. And number 32, Katie Farrell. So we're going to get an early whistle against the Lions. That was number 21, Kaylin Walls, on the foul. For the visiting Pioneers, number 2, Naja Gillum. Number 4, Zy Bell. Number 11, Destiny Madison. Number 23, Latavius Wilson. And number 24, Crystal Johnson. As we'll see, 2 attempts from 3 miss. Molly Brown with the rebound. Quick out in transition for the line. She's going to kick wide to Ellie Graham. Ellie Graham looking for Farrell underneath the basket. Good job by the Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers there to knock that ball out. The Lions will retain possession with Molly Brown inbounding under the basket. Crittenden with the drive inside to Katie Farrell with the left, just misses. Unable to get her own rebound, and it's going to be a travel on the Pioneers. Lady Lions retain possession. Molly Brown again underneath the basket. Finds Walls. Walls back to Brown in the corner. Walls to Crittenden. Crittenden to Graham. Graham cross court looking for Brown. 11 on the shot clock. She pulls from 3, and she drains the first one of the afternoon. And you'll see the Lions instantly under pressure. Coach Matt Ballant loves to keep it consistently throughout the game, and you see it forcing a turnover there. Gillum with the travel. Lady Lions basketball again. Brown brings the ball up court. Farrell to Crittenden at the top of the key. Crittenden back to Brown to Farrell. Good ball movement by the Lady Lions. Good open look for Kaylin Walls, unable to drop it. Middleton brings up court to Zy Bell. Zy Bell's going to be fouled at the top. Ball's going to go out of play. Spartanburg will retain possession on a throw on the sideline here. The throw in. Gillum back to Bell. Bell wide open for 3 is going to miss that one a little long. Ball was going out off the lines. Graham tried to save it, threw it back in to the Pioneer under the basket. 3-2 here, early lead to your Lions. Molly Brown brings the ball up court. Good drive with a step back there. Good-looking shot by Gillum. Offensive rebound to the Pioneers. And good job on the post defense there by the Lions to keep that ball out of the net. Back out Graham for 3. Just misses wide. Gillum brings the ball back up court for the Pioneers. Gillum to Latavius Wilson. Wilson's going to miss. Rebound to the Lions. Back and forth game here to start. Neither team doing a good job making shots as Molly Brown comes down, kicks the ball wide. Up top, another wide open 3. Doesn't fall, and they're not falling for the Lady Lions here early. 7:13 remaining here in the first quarter. 3-2 lead to the hometown Lions. Coach Matt Ballant back into their full court press. Good job by Spartanburg to find the open player, and it's going to be laid in by Latavius Wilson. 4-3 early to Spartanburg. Molly Brown picks her dribble up, finds Crittenden. Crittenden looks to drive, kicks wide again. And back to Molly Brown, and she's going to drain another one. That's her second 3 of the contest. Lady Lions lead again 6-4. Good job forcing the turnover, but a good block there by number 11, Destiny Middleton. It's going to come back into a 3, missed just by Gillum, but the offensive rebound is grabbed by Johnson. Johnson unable to finish the putback, but Spartanburg continuing to get some second chance points here. We're going to get a no call, hard contact in the paint on Gillum. Into the shot clock, they're going to get a ball that rattles off. Molly Brown's able to bring it down. She looks to run the court. 2 or 3 good looks in that possession for Spartanburg, but unable to capitalize. Crittenden back to Brown. Brown looks for Walls on the side, doesn't decide to go there. Graham in the middle. Graham down to Katie Farrell. Katie Farrell with the left is going to knock that one in. 8-4 advantage to your Lions. 5:35 remaining here in the first quarter. Coach Blount continues to keep up the full court pressure, and they're going to get another turnover, but good active hands on defense by Gillum to poke it back from Farrell. Gillum again from the perimeter, going to miss. Good rebound, Graham, to grab that one and get it to Molly Brown. Molly Brown is getting under pressure from 2 Pioneers, but is able to work out. Lions have numbers here in transition. Goes back to Farrell to work on the block. Farrell again with the left hand. She does a really good job there to work with the shimmy and go back to the left hand. Finishes again. 10-4 advantage for the Lions. And that full court press is going to cause another scramble for the ball. Kicked out on the baseline. Wilson misses the 3. Crittenden back in possession for the Lions. Running the floor once again. Molly Brown deep from 3. Just misses off the front of the rim. That's going to go out off a Spartanburg Methodist player. The Lions will retain possession. 10-4 advantage here. 4:35 remaining in the first quarter, and we're going to get some subs, I assume, from both teams here as we get our first break in the action since tip. Welcome back after that timeout. We got a hockey line change from Coach Matt Blount, which is what he's done early in this season. A lot of subs. Bryan uses a lot of girls on and off the bench. See Olivia Hall kicks that out for a wide open 3, drained by number 33, Ashlyn Plott. And if you're going to keep up this pressure, it's a lot easier when you've got 5 new girls on the court. Ball thrown over. Ruby Cox is going to grab possession up to top to Olivia Hall. Run in motion. Good active hands. Ball's poked out from Plott. She's able to keep possession. Lions will inbound. Lions off to a great start to start the year, 6-2 overall. 4-0 in Appalachian Athletic Conference play and 2-0 here at home. So looking to keep that perfect record going here today against Spartanburg. Olivia Hall contested three, no problem, bottoms. 16-4 here. It was 4-3 Spartanburg. That's 13 straight unanswered for your Lady Lions. Good defensive pressure again. Ball's kicked down to number 24 in the corner, Crystal Johnson. Johnson kicks to the middle. Good active hands, and they're going to whistle a foul on Plott there. Looked all ball from here. May have got her with the body. This is going to be Hallie Traylor at the line shooting two. She's going to knock the first one down for the 5th point of the night for the Pioneers. Cox to inbound to Hall. Hall, great pass to Plott on the left wing. Plott's in and out for her. Good rebound for the Pioneers. Good defensive pressure. Stinnett. Traylor back up top. Coach Reed Walling calls in his play. Good defensive help there and a tough finish underneath the basket for what looks to be number 0, Kimya Hatton. 16-8, Lions lead. Back out Olivia Hall. Twice as nice. Second three since she entered the game. Lady Lions, after the first couple misses, really hot from behind the arc. It's really led them to a 19-8 advantage. Good defense there, and we're going to get a foul on number 2, Gillum, who just grabbed a hold of the waist of Alyssa Petty and kept her from starting that transition. The strength of the depth that Coach Matt Ballott has been a huge, huge difference from last year. If you were a fan of Lady Lions last year, Coach Ballott's first year back at the helm, not near as deep, rotated probably 7 or 8 girls consistently. Now it seems like he could rotate 3 lines of 5 if he wanted to, and he does a lot to try to keep this pressure up, as we're going to see a foul on Spartanburg. It's going to send Stinnett to the line. We're going to need a couple more subs for Spartanburg. It's number 10, Diamond Tatum, and number 5, Shaylin Hayes, check in for Coach Walling and the Pioneers. Definitely going to have to use more of your bench if you're Coach Walling to try to offset some of the fresh legs of the Lions as Stinnett knocks down the first of her 2 free throws. 20-8 advantage, 2:29 remaining in the first quarter for the Lions. Stinnett not able to convert the second one, but the Lions back into the press. Olivia Hall. They transitioned so well into their regular defensive set. Cox, good job keeping that ball from going on the line. Stinnett kicks up to Hall again. Hall's 2 for 2 from behind the arc. Thought she might heat check there and pull from deep. The Lions are going to soccer the ball through Cox. Stinnett, good pressure from the Pioneers. That ball's going to be poked out. Lady Lions will retain possession. 1:59 remaining in the first quarter. 20-8 is the Lady Lions lead. Olivia Hall underneath the basket to do the inbounds. Alyssa Petty goes up and is fouled on the attempt off the inbound play. And she is going to come to the line to shoot 2 free throws as Brown, Crittenden, Graham, and Walls all check back into the game. So your starting lineup, obviously Petty will stay in to shoot the free throws. So 4 of the 5 starters back in. And Sydney Neal also checking in, thanks to shout-out Jessica Day in here in the booth doing the spotting tonight. Clint McCauley also on your audio and the light show. If you were with us early enough on our broadcast, you would have seen the light show. That's new this year as Petty's going to knock down that free throw. That's another good finish from Hatton. Two tough finishes at the rim. 22-8 Lions lead, 140 remaining in the first quarter. Brown to bring it up. Good start to the game for her, 2 for 2 behind the arc. She looks for a cross-court pass and is going to connect it, but it's going to be thrown out of bounds. Looking for Ellie Graham underneath. And that was number 13, Brooklyn Stinnett. Good job, Crittenden. Fresh off a Defensive Player of the Week for the AAC with another steal and finish. 24-10. Lady Lions continue to apply the pressure. Spartanburg struggles to get it out. They're going to run transition. Good ball movement there. And I will tell you this, Hatton is killing it on the boards and on the post. 3 for 3, a quick 6 points. She's got 50% of the points here for the Pioneers. They're going to force a turnover from Graham. They're going to run the transition here. Tatum up top. Hayes. Hayes swings to Zai Bell. A deep three, not going to catch anything. Crittenden smartly lets that go out of play. As Brown will bring it up. Will they attempt a 2 for 1 here? And Coach Ballant, will they probably see something quick? And I guess that timeline is passed. When you have a 12-point lead, though, it's a little easier to just slow it down and run your system. It's one thing the Lady Lions have done a good job of. Great in transition, but also very good with the half-court offense as well. Neal on the inbound on the far side of the court. Looks for Crittenden. Crittenden is, after the ball tips around, back to Neal. Neal drives with the right hand. Looks, finds Stinnett on the, and in and out. Ellie Graham, great rebound, and that's going to reset the shot clock, and the Lions will get the last possession of the quarter if they want it. 10 and counting. Molly Brown, good crossover. Back to Crittenden. Crittenden, top of the key, crossover to her left. Takes it to the rack, and one. Ashlyn Crittenden with a wonderful finish with her left hand to draw the foul. 4.1 seconds remaining here in the first quarter, a quarter in which the Lady Lions have dominated after being down 4-3 early. They have a 26-12 lead. Crittenden been a spark plug on both sides of the ball, fresh off that Appalachian Athletic Conference Defensive Player of the Week nod. Started off well, the senior from Cleveland, on both sides of the ball in this first quarter. Unable to convert. It's going to go rebound and a heave from Hatton, and she had a good quarter, almost drained that one from midcourt. We're going to take a slight break. 26-12, Bryan leads here after the first quarter against Spartanburg Methodist. We'll be back on Lions Live. Welcome back into the start of the second quarter. 26-12 lead for the Lady Lions. Hatton with the ball. It's going to kick wide. Gillum for three. It's good. First three of the game for Spartanburg. 26-15. Molly Brown brings it back up. Crittenden, the hot hand, out to Neal. Neal pump fakes. Gets two defenders to commit. Goes back to Molly Brown. Brown to Stinnett to Graham. Graham with a short pass. It's going to be picked off by the Pioneers. Going the other way is number 4, Zai Bell. Good job stepping in a passing lane for her. Swings the ball down. Middleton drives baseline, and we're going to get a block in the first foul of the night on Stinnett there. Looking for Hatton, was unable to get it there. Molly Brown first to it. She's going to take this to the rim. Will she draw a foul? Yes, she will. Unable to finish. Hard foul by number 2, Gillum. This is my first broadcast of the year for the Lady Lions. Well, actually, for either basketball team, as I've been at the games at home, but first time we had got the full broadcast rolling. Molly Brown has been an unbelievable signing for Coach Matt Ballant as a freshman. No spot too big for her. Her energy, her quickness, she is just a very good player, and we see that in the statistical categories too. She's averaging 21 minutes a game, 42% from the field, and also 95% from free throws. So a little bit of an anomaly there to see her miss the first one. She's going to come set. Dribble, spin, dribble. She's going to knock down the second. 27-15, 12-point advantage for the Lions. Back in the press again. Crittenden. Good ball movement by the Pioneers. Wide to Gillum. Back up top to Bell. Bell swings again, looking for Gillum. Gillum looking for Hatton. Ball's going to bounce around. Good job by Stinnett. Stinnett's going to dribble through 2 Pioneers. Kick up to Crittenden, and the Lions got numbers again. Sydney Neal pump faked, but decided not to pull the trigger. Brown up top. Looking for the post up down low of Ellie Graham. Unable to get it there, but it's knocked out to Crittenden. Crittenden back to Graham. Good active hands on defense by the Pioneers. And that's going to be a block that goes against Crittenden. Looked like we were actually trying to get the ball consistently down on the block to Ellie Graham. Good defense by the Pioneers to consistently poke the ball out. And you're going to see a line change here for Coach Matt Ballant. 5 on, 5 off. Olivia Hall, Alyssa Petty, Katie Farrell, Ashlyn Plott, and Kaylin Walls back on the court. Good defense and good energy. Olivia Hall doing the pressure at the top. Good drive. The floater not going to fall. Great rebound. Don't know how we don't have a foul there with some pushing. They're going to let it go. Another turnover by the Lions, and Katie Farrell was able to grab it, but it gets poked out. Well, the officials say it was poked out by a Spartanburg Methodist player. We don't have the greatest angle up here in the booth, but I honestly thought it was going to be a turnover there on the Lady Lions. Petty to do the inbounding. 12-point advantage, 8:03 remaining in the second quarter. Olivia Hall on the sideline. Good pressure from number 4, Zai Bell. Out to Petty. Petty with a hesitation. Back out. Deep three. So we got some contact off the ball. Plott wasn't able to knock that one down from downtown. And Hatton tried to go herself. The Lady Lions double team. Able to do the job. Good job to turn and throw that ball cross court by Hall. Lady Lions had a little trouble getting it up there. A little bit of a lucky heave from Hall, but she gets her second chance points, and Katie Farrell finishes again with the left. 3 baskets underneath the rim for Katie Farrell, all 3 left-handed. See, one of the veteran Lady Lions, Katie Farrell, been a part of this starting lineup in this program for a long time. She provides a veteran presence down low and is one of the tougher Lady Lions that I can remember with the way she plays. Great on the boards. There's not a ball on the floor that she won't go after. So we're going to get a foul there. Spartanburg Methodist fouled Ashlyn Plott as she went to try to lay the ball in. We've got some – we're going to get a technical call. I'm not sure on the number. It did look a little excessive there with the foul. Plott came up clapping her hands, and you could tell she was a little fired up as she's going to have to settle back down to make these technical free throws. Plott's going to knock down the first one of her technical free throws. I think it was a push after the fact. Did not get a number on who it was. It seemed to be either number 0, Hatton, or number 5, Shaylin Hayes. Could not tell. As I mentioned earlier, my first game of the year doing basketball, having to get into the swing of things. We've got one more free throw coming from Plott. She knocks them all down. If you were with us at all during the fall, you heard me some on the broadcast with the men and women's soccer teams. But first basketball of the year, some Thanksgiving break basketball, what we love to see here. Lady Lions back with the inbound. Plott into Petty. Petty, ball's bounced off her foot. It's going to go to number 2, Gillum. Petty is stuck to Gillum here. Great defense from Petty. Try to set a screen. Wall's going to pick up Gillum. Gillum stuck in the corner with nowhere to go. Ball's going to bounce out, somehow finds a teammate. That's Wilson. 7 on the shot clock. Good drive, and couldn't finish with her left. Good rebound, Farrell. Good job taking off the dribble there by Zai Bell, but unable to finish at the rack with the left hand. 6:06 remaining here, second quarter. Another turnover by the Lions. Can Petty get back on defense here? Tries to time up her jump. Probably better not to draw the foul there. It was going to be a basket. Olivia Hall brings it up. Kicks wide to Walls. Walls back to Hall. Can she go 3 for 3? No, she can't. Ball's going to bounce in and out of the hands of Ashlyn Plott and fall to a Pioneer. Pioneers back in transition. Can Olivia Hall get there? She does, but does not keep her from finishing at the rack. Number 11, Destiny Middleton, with the hoop and the foul. Little bit of a mini run by the Pioneers here as we're going to see 21, Kaylin Walsh, check out for number 20, Ellie Graham. Can Middleton convert the back end of the and one? Yes, she does. 11-point lead here for the Lions. Coach Blount points, verbalizes some orders here and what they're going to run. Petty with the ball. Petty with a drive, and she's going to draw the foul. Alyssa Petty, one thing that she can't do or has not done a great job of this year is shoot from the charity stripe, only 50%. not a lot of holes in her game. She provides great on the boards, extremely explosive athlete, can score, can dribble. But one thing Coach Matt Blunt would like to see is her a little bit better from the free throw line, and she stays true to her 50% rating there as she knocks down the second of the 2 free throws. 34-22, Lions lead. Good tip by Petty right there, but unable to handle the tip. Ball's kicked out to 23 Wilson. Wilson back looking for Middleton. Ball's going to be thrown out of bounds and going to be another turnover from the Pioneers. I'd like to actually see the stats. Maybe we can get those at halftime. Lady Lions have done a great job on defense, forcing a ton of turnovers. The one thing that Coach Ballant would want to see is we've actually been a little sloppy on the offensive end, turning the ball over more than we usually do. Good drive by Graham. Graham looking for Farrell. Ball's going to be knocked out by number 4, Bell, as the Lions retain possession. We're going to get a timeout, I believe, called by media timeout. So we're going to take a short break and get back to you here on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. Brown in the corner, picks the dribble up, looking for Plott. Plott unable to. Was the ball tipped? No, it wasn't. It's going to be an air ball and a turnover there. Tatum with the ball, picks up the dribble. Finds Middleton. Middleton with a quick pass to Wilson. Wilson back to Tatum. Good ball movement here from the Pioneers. Tatum back at the top of the key. Tries to take off the dribble. Will she hit the runner? No. Front of the rim. Petty with the rebound. Petty puts the ball on the floor looking to advance. That's going to be knocked out. Petty tried to find Katie Farrell underneath. Pass was a little short. Ball was knocked out of play by a Pioneer, and the Lions retained possession. Molly Brown underneath doing the inbound. I think it's about time that Molly Brown finds herself open behind the arc. Ready for another Molly Brown deep three again. Started off the game extremely hot for the Lions. Ball deep to Petty. Petty, good spin move. Out to Plott. Plott puts it on the court. Molly Brown's wide open. We just called it. Can we get Molly Brown from the logo? Yes, we can. 3 from Molly Brown. 37-22. Lions lead. Brown now on the defensive end. Tatum, good crossover. Tatum throws that up, and that was an absolute Hail Mary as she stays down on the court. Farrell to Plott. Plott, ball bounces around. Petty, look for Molly Brown again. Kick back to Graham. Graham drives. Back to Plott. Plott with a pass fake, and she's going to rim out a deep three of her own. Good rebound, physical rebound, Crystal Johnson for the Pioneers. Coach Blunt readies another trio of subs here for the Lions. That ball's going to get thrown, and it's going to be a backcourt violation as number 10, Destiny Tatum, took that hard fall when she tried to finish at the rim earlier, stayed down on the court. She's going to sub out after that hard fall. Was had got back down on defense but unable to get back on the offensive side of the court. And that backcourt violation will give the ball back to the Lady Lions. Crittenden back in. Molly Brown top of the key. She's going to signal to the play to the Lady Lions. Crittenden back to Graham. Graham's going to look for Cox down low. Cox puts it on the floor. Good defense and a great double team by Zabel, able to rip that ball from Cox for the steal. Good shimmy and unable to finish. But good active hands by Zabel. She's able to get the ball back. Shaylin Hayes on that rebound. Another Shaylin Hayes rebound. That's 2 offensive rebounds this possession. 2:47 remaining. Lions still holding on to a 15-point lead here in Dayton, Tennessee. We're going to get a foul before the shot on Ellie Graham. First free throw converted by number 11, Middleton. She's going to knock down 2 of 2. Good job, Middleton, there. Graham to Brown to bring the ball up the court. Over to Stinnett. Ball's going to be thrown wide. Molly Brown's going to have to decide if she's going to. Ooh, and she does get the foul. Unable to convert the layup. So the Pioneers will go back to the line shooting 2. Lady Lions continue to be a bit sloppy on the offensive end. Bad miss by Shaylin Hayes there. Almost an air ball. You can't hear it at home, but she did let out a little shout after she let go of the ball. Just an uncharacteristic miss. Unable to knock down the second one. Lady Lions lead cut back to 12. Got some work around the Crittenden on the drive. Back to Molly Brown. Will she go again? She does. Just a bit short. Good rebound trailer. And it's going to be another foul. And that's going to send the Pioneers to the line. Line change for Coach Matt Ballant. Olivia Hall, Alyssa Petty, Katie Farrell, Kaylin Walls, and Ashlyn Plott check into the game for the Lions. First free throw is going to be knocked down. Number 3, Hallie Traylor. Deep breath, 3 dribbles and a spin. Traylor again knocks it down. 10-point lead for the Lions as they've trailed off a little bit here in the back half of this second quarter. Petty at the top of the key looking for Farrell, and the ball's going to be poked out by the Pioneers. I think the Lions were a bit lucky that the Pioneers hit that ball. The pass was a little bit errant, forcing some things, especially down into the post so far. It must be something that we've tried to do in this game. Tried to get the ball consistently to the low post, and a couple times it forced it. That ball's going to find its way out to Walls. Walls is going to rim that one out. Great rebound, Katie Farrell. She's going to go back up and earn. Oh, we're actually not going to earn a foul. It's going to be a jump ball. Possession stays with the Lions after the jump ball. Olivia Hall under the basket. Coach Reed Walling has to be really pumped with the second quarter that his Pioneers are putting on here at Summers Gymnasium. Ball up top. Kick back down, Olivia Hall. Corner three. Rims out again. Good rebound for Middleton. Middleton going to force the pressure. Loses her handle there, but able to grab it back. Ball kicked down in the corner. Hayes. Hayes to Johnson. Johnson wide to Wilson. Wilson takes the drive back looking for Johnson again. She's going to turn, puts up the fadeaway, and it's going to be a good two-point basket, contested fadeaway in the middle of the court, or excuse me, middle of the paint there. Lady Lions lead reduced to 8. I think this probably drastically changes your halftime talk if you're Coach Ballance. That's a good feed inside. There's the ball into the paint we've been looking for. Katie Farrell gets the Lions back to a 10-point lead, double-digit lead, and Coach Matt Ballon is going to take a timeout. 53 seconds remaining in the first half. We'll be back on Lions Live. Welcome back after the timeout. 39-29 advantage to the Lady Lions. Lions trying to stay perfect at home and in conference play. Spartanburg Methodist 0-3 in the conference, but 4-4 overall. So definitely a hard fall there by Crittenden. She's going to have to walk that off. Be honest with you, I wasn't even looking at the play, but there was a 2-point basket from Spartanburg after Crittenden went down, trying to see if she was okay. Back on her feet and with the ball. 18 seconds remaining, maybe half a second difference in the shot clock. Not going to matter after that ball rims out. Katie Farrell tries to grab it. 10 seconds and counting here in the first half. Spartanburg with a lob in. Good active hands by Ashlyn Plott to poke that out. We're going to get Ellie Graham checking in probably for Crittenden. Looked like she just had a hard fall. Coach Blount's going to give her a extra 5.2 seconds of rest before they go into this halftime interval. As I mentioned earlier, Lions started the game down 4-3 and then scored 13 unanswered, up 16-4. That lead stretched and stayed around between 12 and 15 points for most of the first quarter into the second. And Spartanburg has been able to come back and actually have a very good second quarter here and cut the lead back, the Lady Line lead back down to 8. Coach Blount, in his second year back at the helm of the Lions, really big recruiting class for him, a lot of youth, and you see that at times, unreal talent across the top 10, 12, 13 players on this roster, but some of the inexperience shows through at times. And I think that's something that you will take if you're Coach Blount and assistant coach Reagan Blount, as you know that these girls are going to be the future of this program for the next 3 or 4 years. Molly Brown, one of those, applying defense. Kicked back to Hallie Traylor. Traylor unable to knock that down. And there's going to be your halftime horn. Lady Lions lead 39-31 here at the break. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you on Lions Live here shortly here in Dayton, Tennessee. See you soon. Welcome back in after the halftime interval. Bryan College leads 39-31. Have seen some comments about the desync of the cameras. The issue is with our main full court camera, the goals are slightly cut off on the right and left of your screen, so we have to switch to be able to see the basket for you at home. We will try to be as good as we can on switching when the ball is dead, so it gives you a couple seconds of desync. Lady Lions rolling out to start the third quarter. Crittenden, Molly Brown, Katie Farrell, Kaylin Walls, and Ellie Graham. Pioneer basketball. We're going to see it up top with Zy Bell. Bell kicks across to Gillum. Gillum with a crossover. Back to Bell. Bell looking for the post. She's going to feed Crystal Johnson, who's going to draw the foul underneath the basket. Send Crystal Johnson to the line, shooting 2. Your first half leaders for the Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers. 5 points for Gillum, 7 points Middleton, 6 points Johnson, 6 points Hatton, and 4 points Traylor. So very spread out scoring also for the Lions. Molly Brown is the leader with 10. Katie Farrell with 8. Ashlyn Plott, 7. Olivia Hall, 6. So real spread out across both teams as the Pioneers able to make one free throw there to cut the lead back to 7. Cross-court pass. Crittenden does good to get to that ball. Back to Graham. Graham in the corner. She's going to go cross-court again. Crittenden, good pump fake going, trying to go with her left. Great job, Katie Farrell, to keep the play alive. 7 on the shot clock. Molly Brown with a couple fakes. Back to Graham. Graham's got to go. Brown deep from 3. Ball's going to get touched, and we're going to get a shot clock violation on the Lions. Very good defensive possession out of the half for the Pioneers. Lady Lions come out in that familiar press. Ball kicked down to the corner. Good job, Crittenden. Ball's going to be knocked out. Crittenden had it, with them poked away from her by a Pioneer player. Crittenden with the inbound far side of your screen to Brown. Back to Crittenden. Crittenden to Brown. Step back 3 contested. Ball's going to bounce off of number 2, Naja Gillum. Katie Farrell and Gillum going after that rebound there. The one advantage that the Pioneers had in the first half was on the boards. They out-rebounded the Lady Lions overall, and on the offensive glass, I think they had an advantage of +5. Ball kicked back to Graham. Good defense by the Pioneers. Lobbed up Crittenden. Crittenden, good contested grab of that pass from Graham, but she's going to throw it to the hands of Bell. Bell looking to drive. Good defense by Crittenden. Back out to the top of the key on the wing here, Middleton. Middleton down in to Johnson. Johnson with a shimmy, goes with the right hand and kisses it off the glass as she's fired up in front of her bench. 5-point lead here from the Lions. Spartanburg in the first 2+ minutes out of halftime. By far the best team on the court here as we start the second half. Deep 3, Graham. That'll quieten the crowd here a little bit. And I say the crowd, quieten the bench of Spartanburg. Don't have a ton of fans here outside of the traveling players from Spartanburg. Good throw across the court to be intercepted there by 21. And back for another 3. Rims out, but a good offensive board and 1. Kaylin Walls. Good answer by Coach Blount's Lions. with the 3-ball from Graham, and then the steal from Walls, and she comes back down and gets a and one. Here she goes to the line to try to finish the old-fashioned three-point play. And she does. Ball thrown in quickly. Gillum again. High pressure from the lines. Farrell and Graham. Graham gets a hand of that, but it's going to fall all the way across the court to Bell. Great job, Plott. Active hands. Gets the ball to Brown. Will she choose to run the floor? She is. She's going to split two Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers as she goes off the left. Ball's going to be poked out. No foul call. Back to Gillum. Gillum to Bell. Bell. Bad miss there. Bricks off the backboard. Graham's going to decide to run. Hit a little spin move. They're going to call a jump ball. If you need help with a spin move, they need to call former Lady Lion great Caitlin Hennessy, who I feel like every possession had at least a quota of one spin move per possession, and she spun through the AAC for 4 years to countless wins and all conference awards. She could finish at the rim after a spin move as good as any Lady Lion in history. Good pass there into the block, but active hand's going to poke it out. Gillum going to look to finish. She's going to go with the right-handed kiss off the glass. Lady Lions continue to be sloppy here offensively. Turnovers are racking up. Both teams had 12 and 10 in the first half, respectively. 12 for Spartanburg, 10 turnovers for the Lady Lions. Ball kicked back, Plott. Plott looking inside the Walls. Walls back to Hall. Hall at the top of the key. It's going to rim out, but a good job. Oh, and we're going to call a push or an over the back, one or the other. It's going to be a push there on Kaylin Walls. Active cameo here from Kaylin Walls in the second half. She's had a good start to this quarter. 9-point lead. Spartanburg advances the ball up across the court. They're going to find Tatum in there. Great job on the block by Plott. Hatton down on the post. Hatton had a good start to the game. Olivia Hall tries to take it to the rack, and she's going to be fouled by 24, Crystal Johnson, the sophomore from Aiken, South Carolina. Coach Ballant active on the sideline telling the Lady Lions what he wants here out of this inbounds. Ball's going to be thrown into the paint. They're going to look for Katie Farrell. And just another uncharacteristic turnover. A lot of those, like I mentioned earlier in the first half, stemming from the trying to force the ball into the paint. Good job, Katie Farrell, to get a hand on that ball. Going to be a miss and a rebound for the Lions. Plott brings the ball up the court. Walls from the left wing there. Farrell tries to get to it, but it's not going to catch any of the rim. It's going to go out for a Spartanburg Methodist possession. Crittenden checks back in for Walls. What a finish there, and one for the Pioneers. I had muted my mic to get a sip of the Coke here, and all of a sudden we get a great take to the basket by Destiny Middleton. She's going to miss the free throw of the 1-and-1, but the ball's going to be thrown away again by the Lions, and that's going to be an easy left-handed finish from Kimya Hatton. 5-point lead. Lions been the second best here in this half. Another errant pass almost intercepted by Zai Bell, but the Lions able to retain possession. Again, Katie Farrell with her left. Can she do it again? Yes, she can. Kisses it off the glass. Katie Farrell, master performance on the block down there. Very good with her left hand. You're going to get an errant pass there by Spartanburg as they're going to take a turnover on the number 11 pass. That's Middleton, threw that one out of bounds, and we're going to get another timeout. 47-40, Lions lead, 4:46 remaining here in the third quarter. Give you guys an update. Leading scorers for the Lions, Molly Brown, 10 points. Katie Farrell, 10 points. Ashlyn Plott and Olivia Hall with 7 and 6 respectively. Really spread out scoring for the Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers. Middleton and Johnson with 9. Kimya Hatton has 8. Naja Gillum with 7. The only 2 double-digit scorers on the court both reside in white uniforms today with Brown and Farrell. Molly Brown 3 from 5 in the first half from 3. Has not scored yet here in the second half. Both teams shooting 38 and 39%. The Lions shooting 27% from behind the arc to only 9% of the Pioneers. Critton gets us back underway. Critton to DeGraham. Looking to throw. Ball's tipped again. Bell to Hayes. Hayes to Tatum. Tatum looking for Johnson down low. Kicks it back to Tatum. Tatum takes off her left. Kicks wide. That's going to open up a shot from behind the arc. Nobody wants to take it. Good crossover on a tough shot. Unable to finish is Hatton. So the ball goes back to the Lions. Ellie Graham with a good hesitation. Can she finish at the rim? She can't, but she's fouled by number 11, Destiny Middleton. And that's going to send Graham to the free throw line for 2 shots here. Graham 8 of 10 on the year from the free throw line, so we expect her to make these. She does. Cash the first one. 48-40, Lions lead. Rims in and out. Olivia Hall, the size disadvantage, unable to get the rebound over Hatton. Hatton kicks out to Tatum. Great job by Graham to poke that ball free. Crittenden. Ball was poked free. Olivia Hall was trying to usher it out, and a hustle play by Destiny Middleton to dive and knock the ball back off the shins of Olivia Hall to keep the possession going for the Pioneers. Unbelievable athletic play there. And she tries to come back and answer on the offensive end. Pull-up jumper, no good from number 5, Shaylin Hayes. Lions ball, Hall up the left wing. Going to look for Katie Farrell. Katie Farrell turns, fronts her defender. Does she turn and go with her left again? She does. Unable to finish. Gets a touch on the rebound, but it only falls as far as Trailer. Trailer up and in. Great job by Trailer to finish there. Olivia Hall, deep three. Can she answer for the Lions? No, she can't. Ball's going to bounce back out to Hatton. Hatton runs the floor looking for number 11, Middleton, and it's just a bit out of her reach. Lady Lions let off the hook. That would have been cut this game to a 4-point lead, and we're going to see one of those big substitutions again. Alyssa Petty, Molly Brown, Brooklyn Stinnett, and number 7, Ruby Cox, all check into the game for the Lions. 3 freshmen on the court. 4 freshmen on the court for the Lions. We spoke about their youth earlier at length. Coach Blount with a huge recruiting class this year to increase the depth and overall performance of the Lions. You got to give and take a little bit as Stinnett's going to pull for 3. It's going to be short. Great job by Petty as she got the rebound and I think thought she was going to have an uncontested shot, was a little surprised that a Pioneer was there to get a deflection, threw her shot off big time as Hallie Traylor tries to take a three, and you feel like any basket here for the Lions would be a big one. It's a bad miss. Unable to get the ball. Bounces around. Zybell going to try to run the floor. Middleton with the finish. Molly Brown with a block. Great job, Molly Brown. Ball falls back to the Pioneers. They're going to reset at the top. Coach Walling verbalizes a play to his team. Some motion at the top. Off the ball screen. Kicks the ball to number 3. She's going to try to drive, but there's going to be a block on the floor against the Lady Lions. 6-point lead, and I'll tell you, if you had told myself or anybody in this gym that it would be a 6-point game with 1:57 in the third quarter, I would have probably told you were crazy. But that's how good the Pioneers have played here today. After getting smacked around early, they have come back and done a really good job. As somehow Latavius Wilson comes out with that ball. It looks like we're going to get a jump ball there. Molly Brown active on defense. Jump ball should switch over to possession for the Lady Lions, as it does. Cox to inbound. Molly Brown's going to come down, and Crittenden's going to bring the ball up. I think you probably need to draw something up to see if we can get Molly Brown behind the arc again with an open look. Ball into the top to Ruby Cox. Stennett to Crittenden. Crittenden's going to kick back down to Petty. Petty puts it on the floor. We're going to get a foul call. Molly Brown into Cox. That ball's going to be blocked. But she's going to get some contact as Crystal Johnson. She is frustrated with that call. She definitely got a lot of the ball. Now, there did seem to be some contact as she pleads her case walking to the bench as she checks out of the game. But it's going to fall on deaf ears of the official as Ruby Cox is going to go to the line. Knocks down the first one. 12 of 18 on the year is Ruby Cox. 13 of 19 there. Make that 14 of 20. She knocks down both. 8-point lead. 1:28 remaining in the third quarter. Alyssa Petty tries to pressure Molly Brown as well. Good job breaking the press, but we're going to get a foul on Cox as she grabs a hold of Gillum as she tried to lay that ball in the basket. Gillum's going to go to the line. A lot of choppy stop-start turnovers, fouls in this game. We've got a little bit of everything. This third quarter's not been the most free-flowing game of basketball. Gillum's going to knock that one down. The 5'5" senior from Welford, South Carolina. Knocks both of those free throws down. 6-point lead again for the Lions. Into the press of the Pioneers. Petty looking for Brown. Brown puts the ball on the floor with her left. Drives back looking for Petty. Can't get it. Ball's going to bounce off. Good job by Stennett to knock the ball down. Petty tries to take it to the rack. Blocked by Hatton. Out of bounds. Lions will retain possession. 14 on the shot clock. Couple subs coming on and off the court for both teams. Farrell back in the ball game for Ruby Cox. Petty breaks outside. Nobody open. And that's going to be a hold. Katie Farrell's attempting to get off, to spin off there off that low block screen and finish at the rack, but she's held by Spartanburg Methodist defender in the foul call, and a good foul call there. She was unable to get to that pass. Farrell's going to miss the front end of these two free throws. 6-point lead here to the Lions. They've led consistently since about 2 minutes into the game as Farrell knocks that one down, 7-point lead. But it's been a lot more comfortable at parts of this game, especially in the first half, than it is now at a 7-point lead. As Spartanburg Methodist continues to stay and scrap in this game. I know Coach Blount will be telling his team, you don't want to let teams hang around. And we have done either we've done a bad job or they've done a good job of hanging around in this game. Great rebound by Hatton. Cuts it to a 5-point lead. As we've seen, the one thing that the Pioneers have done is big-time three by Stennett. The Pioneers have done a good job on the glass. 5-point lead, quickly back to an 8-point lead. Pioneers have not been good from behind the arc. That's a great rebound by Crittenden in under stress. Gets the ball back out to Stennett. Will she pull? No, she's going to look for Molly Brown. Molly Brown's going to miss that lay-in. Katie Farrell with a great rebound. 14 seconds remain in the third quarter. 8-point lead for the Lions. They're going to settle here for the last shot. Brooklyn Stennett looks to front inside to Katie Farrell. Left-handed finish, and she does. 10-point lead. That ball's going to be thrown in. Can Petty get a shot up here? She didn't. But a great job picking that pass off. And we're going to head into the fourth quarter here at Summers Gymnasium. 56-46, your Lions lead here on Lions Live. Checking back in here in the fourth quarter. Back in on the mic. Lady Lions, 10-point lead here as we start the fourth quarter in Summers Gym. Checking on YouTube, BJ Gillum, I'm assuming the father or family member of Naja Gillum. Thanks for checking in with us on the comments. We understand it'd be a tough trip for anybody from the South Carolina area on a Thanksgiving break like this, but we do appreciate you guys checking in online as we got a good matchup here in the 10-point lead for the Lions here at the start of the fourth quarter. As Petty's going to be fouled and go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Off the glass, the backboard, and in. Petty drains the first free throw. She's going to miss the second. Hatton with a spin. Can she finish at the rim? She can't. Ball's going to be, there's going to be a foul whistled, I believe, on Petty. That's going to send Hatton to the line to shoot 2. Lady Lions lead. Hatton's done a good job, was not in the starting lineup, but has been a presence down low for the Pioneers. She's going to knock down that first free throw and get this lead back to a 10 spot here for the Lady Lions. Hatton, the spin and the shot Knocks them both down. Single digits as it's a 9-point lead here. Molly Brown going to take the ball up. She tells Alyssa Petty what she wants from her on this possession. Ball out into Crittenden. Crittenden across. Stennett, can she knock it down? Yes, she can. Right in front of the bench, and the bench is going to love that. Lead back to 12, Lady Lions. Zybell brings the ball up the court. Kicks the ball across to Gillum. Gillum looks. What a pass by Gillum, and she's going to find the open runner, number 23, Latavius Wilson, at the rack. Unbelievable assist there. Back to a 10-point lead. Pioneers won't go away. Downtown, Molly Brown knocks it down. And that's going to get us a timeout by Matt Ballant. 13-point lead. And every time the Pioneers come back in this game, the Lady Lions seem to have an answer. 3-point shot by Molly Brown. All of her points from the field from behind the arc today. And we will see you quickly after this timeout. 13-point lead, 63-50 to the Lions. Welcome back in the Lions Live. Zybell drops it off to Gillum. Gillum across the top of the key. Long three missed by Middleton. The one thing the Pioneers have not done a good job today is shoot the ball from range. I think 1 for 13 from behind the arc may be the difference in this ball game so far. The Lady Lions have been decent. Another turnover there. Good job by Gillum, but she steps out as she tried to maintain possession down the line and was unable to. It's going to let the Lions off a hook, and they're going to get the ball back. 8:08 remaining. 13-point lead for the Lions here against Spartanburg Methodist. Molly Brown fronted up top. Zybell doing the defending. Molly Brown, hesitation. Will she get in and draw the foul? Yes, she does. And the one place that you don't want to see Molly Brown is from the free throw line. Comes into this game at over 95%, which I would assume would put her into one of the top free throw shooters in the nation. And probably the top in the AAC if she can keep up that clip. Crittenden checks out. Ashlyn Plott back in the game for the Lions. Molly Brown knocks down the first. Molly Brown automatic from the free throw line. Knocks down the second. 15-point lead. The Lions kind of get this lead back out to where it's a little more manageable. Can the Pioneers answer? Bell up top. Bell drops off to Gillum. Gillum with a good crossover. Molly Brown is actually going to foul her with a reach across the body. It's going to be on the floor. Bell looks and finds Destiny Middleton at the top of the wing. Going to look in there for Hatton. Hatton somehow gets the ball, but there's contact, no foul. Ball up to Plott. Katie Farrell was wide open, but they're going to find Molly Brown. She's not going to convert that one. Ball back to the Pioneers. Back to Middleton. Middleton with a crossover. Gets a screen from Hatton. She trips. She works back to her feet. Wilson's going to recycle the play up top. Zy Bell with the ball. Looking for the screen. Bell's going to pull deep from three. Going to hit the back of the rim and miss. Katie Farrell with the rebound. Gets the ball up to Plott. Plott decides to cycle back out. Looks for Stennett. Couldn't get the ball there. They're going to go back to Katie Farrell. Katie Farrell with her right hand. It's as good as her left. 17-point lead. That's going to be a full timeout for Reed Walling as he feels this one slipping away from the Pioneers. 6:44 remaining. Lady Lions 67, Pioneers 50. We'll be right back. We're back live with an update in this timeout. Lady Lions outscoring the Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers here 11-4 in the fourth quarter to stretch this lead to 17. Behind the arc, Lady Lions 10 of 33, shooting 30%. In the Pioneers, 1 of 16 for 6%. That's the biggest difference in the game. The turnover battle's pretty even. The rebound battle's back to pretty even. Pioneers edging the rebounds by 2 total rebounds. But behind the arc has really been the calling card today for the Lions as Molly Brown, Katie Farrell lead all scorers with 15 each. Kimya Hatton's got 12 points for the Pioneers, the only Pioneer in double digits, but we have Gillum, Middleton, and Johnson all with 9. You would like at least 1 or 2 of them to probably get another basket to get into double figures as well. Back to Hatton. Hatton, ball's going to be poked away by Leah Stennett. She's going to stay on the ball, kicks the ball up to Brooklyn Stennett to Plott in the corner. And that's going to roll off the rim and backboard and in. 20-point lead for the Lions. Gillum looks to go quickly, and she does. Finishes at the rack as Stennett fouls her, and she's going to be able to try to whop those 3 points off the board with the old-fashioned three-point play here as she goes to the line to shoot the back end of this 1-and-1. Great finish at the rim by Naja Gillum. Three bounces, a spin, and a bounce as she puts that one up and off the rim. No good. Farrell with a rebound. Farrell to Brown. You'd think the Lions may start to slow this down a bit. Brown out to Olivia Hall. We got shooters on the court here in white. Molly Brown back to Farrell. Farrell, where's she going to go? Shimmy, and the ball's going to be knocked out by Hatton, but it's going to be a foul. Oh, excuse me. It was actually going to be a offensive foul on Katie Farrell for a hook with the elbow. Coach Matt Blount doesn't love that. 18-point lead makes you feel a bit better about it, but no real argument from Katie Farrell there. Gillum up top to Hatton. Hatton to Traylor. Traylor back to Middleton. Middleton turns. Heavy pressure. She's going to fight through it, but unable to finish at the rim. Fight for possession on the bottom of the court. Great court vision by Molly Brown. Out to Olivia Hall in front of her bench. Can she do it? No. Ball's going to hit the front end of the rim. We're going coast to coast here. Back to Gillum. Gillum with a nice euro. And she's going to be fouled and go back to the line to shoot 2 more free throws. Gillum's been a bright spot here for the Pioneers. That last basket on the other end got her to 11 points. So second Pioneer in double figures here today as she's going to shoot 2 from the charity stripe as Shaylin Hayes checks back in the game for Hatton. Knocks down the first of the 2 free throws, does Gillum. Gillum misses the second. Lady Lions ball, 17-point lead. Leah Stinnett inbounds. Hall has the ball here. Pioneers try to press, and that was really close to a backcourt violation. Plot for 3. Yes, it's good, and that possession, which looked like it almost was dead before it started, finishes with an Ashlyn Plot 3. 20-point lead restored for the Lions. Great hands by Ellie Graham. They're going to feed the ball up to her. Is she going to get there? No. Middleton beats her to it. Middleton looking in the corner for Traylor. Traylor back to Johnson. Johnson out to Gillum. Knocks down the second 3 of the game for the Pioneers. They're going to need a lot of those to start dropping to see if they can find their way back into this ball game. Plot again. Plot wide. Stinnett deep 3. Rims out. Graham Farrell with the rebound. They didn't fight over it. Good job there. We're going to get a foul by Gillum going for the steal. She's going to foul Plot with the body there. We're going to get another line change from Coach Matt Ballant. Has to be a lot happier with his girls in this fourth quarter as they were started out the half a little bit rough. Still able to outscore the Pioneers 17-15 in the third quarter, but it's a 17-10 advantage here in the fourth. Checking into the game with the ball is Sophie McIntruff. Out to 23, Brittany Morrow. We're going to have a turnover there. Reese Roberts in, Sophie McIntruff in, and also number 23. You just saw Brittany Morrow also into the game. Checking in with Petty and Neal. Petty and Neal both have been in earlier in this game, but that's going to be an air ball. It's going to go out of bounds back to the Lions. Good to have this lead where you can get some of these girls in this game as the ball's going to be poked out of play by Crystal Johnson. That pass was looking for Reese Roberts. Sophie with the ball up top. Brittany Morrow with her left. Trials wide looking for Roberts. No movement. Roberts comes back short to get the ball. Good defense. Ball's going to fall off the foot of the Pioneers. And Brittany Morrow went to the ground to try to save it, but touches the ball when she was over the line. It's going to result in a turnover for the Lions. Ball back to the visiting Pioneers. 3:35 remaining. And they're going to need to be perfect down the stretch to have a shot to get back in this game. Good crossover by Bell. Petty stays with her. The athleticism and defense of Petty, tough to get by. Petty on ball defending again. Great take to the rim, unable to finish is number 24, Crystal Johnson, but she gets her own rebound and is fouled with the putback. But it's unable to convert. She's going to go to the line to shoot 2 here for the Pioneers. Going to miss the first of these 2 free throws. Johnson with the second. 73-57. Lions lead here. 3:20 remaining. Sydney Neal with the ball. Good job breaking the press there. Back to Sydney Neal up top. McIntruff with the ball. McIntruff to Roberts. Roberts thought about the 3. She's got some off-ball cuts from her teammates, and she's going to take that and lay it up and in with the right hand. Great finish by Roberts off the bench there. Her first basket of the night. 75-57. Pioneers with the ball. Good job by Zy Bell. Bell tries to take it to the rack, unable to finish. Good rebound, Morrow. Morrow puts it on the floor. Finds the pass, tries to find Roberts. Ball's going to bounce out. We're going to keep the ball here right in front of the Lions bench. Coach Ballant with the assist, handing that ball over to the official. Roberts throws the ball in. McIntrough with the spin move. Gets the screen from Morrow, and they're going to call an offensive foul with a moving screen. And I feel like it's one of those calls you call when it's a 17-point lead. I feel like that was a bit ticky-tacky there. Going to be a turnover. Coach Blunt, the one thing about basketball, they're right on the sideline here. When they're throwing the ball in front of the bench, it's almost like Coach Blunt's a sixth defender there. McIntrough with the ball. Sidney Neal to Morrow. Morrow looking back to Neal. Neal puts the ball on the floor. Out to Roberts. Roberts with a three. Just misses it. Alyssa Petty trucks through everybody and is going to be called through a foul there. She just ran all the way through Diamond Tatum. Alyssa Petty knows one speed, and it is full throttle. And that's what we love about her on both ends of the court, especially on the defensive end. She can defend, but when she puts her head down and gets going, you don't want to be in her way as she checks out for Ruby Cox. To a loud standing ovation from 3 or 4 of the crowd. I'm assuming it is the Petty family who's must be made the drive down to Dayton from Fayetteville, Tennessee. As Diamond Tatum knocks down that free throw. 17-point lead here for the Lions. Back into the press break again. Ball goes to Morrow. Morrow to McIntrough. McIntrough across to Roberts. Roberts puts the ball on the floor. Gillum with some good defense. Roberts was able to get by but unable to finish at the rim. Bell back with the ball. 1:55 remaining here. The Lions see out the last 150-plus of this ball game. They're going to go to 5-0 in conference play and 3-0 at home. Continue to set the pace at the top of the AAC in what's looking like a unreal top end of the conference here this year. And the Lady Lions definitely in the mix to be the regular season conference champs. McInturf, good take, but she's unable to finish at the rim. But she's active on defense as Bell's able to dribble out of pressure. You got to think you're going to see some longer threes here for the Pioneers as they try to see if they can grab a couple extra points in this ball game. Tatum puts the ball on the floor, back out to Bell. Bell, 8 on the shot clock. Thinks about shooting, decides to take anyway, and Morrow's going to block that ball off of Bell. Good job, Brittany Morrow, coming off the bench, making the most of her minutes here for the Lions, especially on the defensive end. Neal to Roberts. Roberts back to Neal. Sydney Neal drives across the lanes, going to kick back out. Brittany Morrow, can she knock down a three? Yes, she can. 20-point lead again for the Lions. Brittany Morrow with a cameo here that's going to move her name maybe up that depth chart. Doing a great job off the bench for Coach Ballant. Diamond Tatum kicks to Johnson. Johnson at the top of the key is going to be double team. Morrow with good hands, and the ball somehow going to find Shaylin Hayes, but unable to finish. That ball's going to be thrown just down into no man's land. First one to react to it's Roberts. Roberts back to Neal. Shot clock's off here. You're probably going to think without defensive pressure, they're just going to dribble this ball game out. Wilson applies a little bit of pressure. She's going to get, as you usually think, yep, and the ball game's going to end. 20-point win for the Lady Lions here at home prior to Thanksgiving over the Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers, 78-58. Let's round through the box score here before we send you guys home. Lady Lions remain undefeated in conference play. Leading scorers for the Lions, Molly Brown, Katie Farrell with 15 apiece. Ashlyn Plott with 13. And then a lot of girls scattered between 4 and 6 each for the Lions. For the Pioneers, leading scorer, number 2, Naja Gillum with 15 points. Hatton also had 12, and Crystal Johnson with 10. So a good game here between the Lions and the Pioneers. We're going to be back with you shortly. We've got a 30-minute break. Be tuned in to the guys' game as we'll get started here probably around 4:20, 4:30 to see the Lions take on the Pioneers. But we thank you for tuning in with us, and we will see you soon on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. I'm Jordan Day on the call for this men's basketball contest, an Appalachian Athletic Conference tilt between Bryan College and Spartanburg Methodist. The Traveling Pioneers coming in at 0-7, 0-3 overall in conference. Bryan coming in at 2-6 and 1-2 overall in the conference. And you would expect a big-time game in the standings for both teams. Joining me on the call today is my partner, Colin Ledbetter, on the call. Colin, welcome in.
Jordan, it's a privilege to be in the booth with you. My first time on the headset this year, and excited to bring you the Lions men's basketball game today.
Absolutely. Getting us starters going first for the visiting Pioneers, number 4, Caleb Jenkins, number 6, Tavares Lacey, number 11, Calvin Brown, number 15, Kennedy Aiken Shannon, and number 24, Musa Marithi. For the Lions, it's been a consistent starting five, Colin. Isaiah Breadwood, Derek Curtis, Hayden Moten, Trey Morrow, and Jerry Taylor Jr. So we see Breadwood with an early rebound, and a scuffle for the ball is going to go to the Pioneers. It's going to be a deep three. It's going to rim out from Calvin Brown. Rebound to Moten. As Breadwood's going to carry the ball up the court. Breadwood to Moten. To Curtis. Curtis, Jerry Taylor Jr. wearing the green Grinch shoes. I don't know if that's allowed. We haven't hit Thanksgiving yet. And some households that are listening, probably not yet Christmas time. So that ball's going to be knocked out. Good defense by the Pioneers, who, Colin, seem to look like they have the size advantage in this matchup. But both teams feel like they probably need to get this win, as they're both more towards the middle bottom of the standings in the conference this year.
Yeah, definitely appears that the Pioneers are a little bit taller. Despite that, though, Pioneers only averaging one more rebound per game than the Lions, so the Lions still able to get pretty physical on the boards.
Ball's going to be worked around back up top to the Pioneers. Deep contested three in the corner, knocked down by number 24, Musa Marithi. Good shot by him to get the Pioneers ready and rolling early in this game. Lions trying to count a 15-footer from Jerry Taylor Jr. It's going to be missed, but the follow by Trey Morrow is going to be put back in. 3-2 early advantage to the Pioneers.
There's that physicalness we talked about on the boards for the Lions. That's going to be a big point for them in this game, is to get as many second chance points as they can.
Hey, Corey.
Bradwood gets a screen from Jerry Taylor Jr., dishes it to Curtis. Curtis in the corner to Morrow. Morrow inside to Jerry Taylor Jr. Backs him down. Tied up in the paint, and it's going to be a jump ball. Lions maintain possession. Morrow will take the ball out underneath. Gets it into Taylor in the corner. Curtis up top. Curtis drives. Tries to dish it to Taylor, but it goes off his foot and out of bounds. Pioneers will take over. Pioneers inbound and did not get the shot off. That's going to be a shot clock violation. Lions will take over. And not surprising to see a press from the Pioneers here. One of the early or the reasons for the early struggles this year for the Lions has been the inability to break the press. They do a pretty good job here as they get the ball across with 15 seconds to shoot. Breadwood up top, looks to drive, dishes to Morrow on the wing. Over to Curtis. Over to Moten, puts up the three, and it's short. Pioneers with the rebound, bring the ball up the court. Looking to get a shot off in transition. Three goes in and out, and it's going to go out of bounds. Lions will get possession. Lions break the press. Breadwood dishes to Morrow. Morrow back up top to Moten. Breadwood dumps it inside to Jerry Taylor Jr., goes to work on the big man inside, and that one is good. Pioneers bring it across. Currently trailing by one. Ball in the corner, back up to the wing. Shot is up. In and out, the three no good for the Pioneers. Derek Curtis going to bring the ball up for the Lions here. Back inside to Jerry Taylor Jr. He's going to try and dump it down to Moten. It's going to go off his hands and out of bounds. That's going to be a turnover for the Lions, and we will go to timeout. Nope, I apologize. Just a line change for the Lions as we bring in a whole new group of subs. Lions picking up the Pioneers in the backcourt. Pioneers get it across. Ball up top, swings it to the wing. Ball down the corner for the Pioneers. They try to get it inside, it's batted around, and the Lions with the steal. Ball inside.
Ty Gibbs there to get in on the action. Sorry for some technical difficulties. I believe you should be able to hear me now as well. 4-3 early advantage here to the Lions. Terrell Reeves is going to go shoot two here. Going to be the first free throw attempts of the game from either team.
Lions shooting 77% from the charity stripe as a team this year. Like to see that number a little bit higher.
Reeves misses both there. Spartanburg out in transition. Good drive there. Defense by the Lions. Thought we might have somebody step on the line. Marithi misses for three. That ball's going to bounce off. Ty Gibbs trying to grab the rebound, but it's poked out of his hands. It's going to be line ball underneath the basket. We're going to get our first pause in this game. 14:49 remaining in the first half. Lions lead 4-3. Welcome back. 14:49 remaining here. The Lions off to a decent start in what seems to be a tough matchup for both teams. It's going to be the last action of the year before the Thanksgiving holiday. We wish you all at home a happy Thanksgiving here this week. Hope that you're able to celebrate with your families. We're thankful for Bryan Basketball and getting to bring this game to you as Cole Torres is going to get us going inbounds to Regale Moore. A lot of pressure, as you heard Colin speak of earlier. The Lions have had a lot of inexperienced ball handlers on this team as we see Ty Gibbs put the ball on the floor, back around to Torres. Torres looks to Drake, back across to Gibbs. Gibbs back to Moore. Moore drives. Good kick to Terrell, leaves, and we're going to get the slam. Great job by Reeves. Good ball work across the board there from the Lions, and a great job to finish that at the rim. Terrell Reeves, 6'3" advantage.
Yeah, it seems like the Lions are having a lot of success inside right now. Haven't seen a lot of shots from beyond the perimeter, but doing a really good job of getting the ball in the paint and converting.
Good finish at the rack there. Number 12, C.J. Terrell, who's checked in the game for the Pioneers. 1 point advantage for the Lions. Regale Moore picks up his dribble, gets across to Cole Torres. He's trapped and swings back across to Moore. Moore back to Torres to Drake. Drake provides some length and can really get at the rim. You see that with him and Reeves on the court. You've got some guys that can really finish at the rack. Ty Gibbs unable to get a hand on that. It's going to be poked out, but it's going to hit the inline. And with the change of possession, it is also going to be a reset in the shot clock. So we're going to get 20 back on the shot clock here. Ty Gibbs, the freshman, is going to inbound for Coach Latch here. He's had a lot of good things to say about Ty as a young forward on this team. Thinks he's going to be a very good player as that ball's thrown into Cal Drake, unable to finish at the rack. And we're going to get a rebound by Tavares Lacey for the Pioneers. Pioneers look to run the floor. Back on the post to C.J. Terrell. Terrell out to number 0, Pulley. Pulley kicks across. Deep three by number 15, Aiken Shannon, and he's going to bury that one to put the Pioneers up top by 2.
Yeah, second three-pointer of the game for the Pioneers. They're shooting only 26% from three-point this year.
Turnover by the Lions. Good contest by Regale Moore, but not a problem for Marithi as he knocks down the jumper. 10-6 advantage to the visiting Pioneers. The one question all year is with the absence of Dalen Gales for these Lions, as you see a good up and under finish by Ty Gibbs, is who's going to be the guy that puts the ball in the basket consistently. Dalen Gales was a first-team All-Appalachian Conference performer last year, did a great job of finishing. He can score on the inside, he can score on the outside, and right now the Lions heavily missing his presence. Good touch there by Gibbs to poke that ball out. We're going to get our first, we're going to get a sub where Jerry Taylor Jr. comes in for Reeves. Also going to enter in number 11, the starter Calvin Brown for Coach Blake Jackson and the Pioneers. Ball inbounded here. A little bit of miscommunication as Regale Moore is going to grab that and lay it in, and it's back 10-10. Good job by the Lions to respond there to the turnover and make sure that they get the basket. Evenly contested so far. 8 minutes gone here at Summers Gymnasium. Cal Drake with the defensive duties. We're going to have to get a jump ball there or a travel. We do get a jump ball. Ball will stay in possession of the Pioneers.
Pioneers will run the inbound play, get the ball in the corner. Looks to penetrate, dishes to the wing. Pioneers with another missed three. But they'll save the ball from going out of bounds, get a second chance, and they'll convert from 2.
Really good job by 24 Marithi there. And second chance point, something that can haunt the Lions, especially with their inability to put the ball in the net consistently. You got to make sure that you clean up those boards. I know Coach Latch spoke earlier this week with me about making sure that they're doing all the little things right so that they can put the best foot forward. We're going to get an open look from Cal Drake, unable to convert. The ball's going to come back to the Pioneers. Marithi again with a step back. It's going to kick to the top of the key. Ball screen from Marithi. Ty Gibbs working on defense. Good job to knock that ball. We're going to actually get a foul call. I thought it was going to be a clean block and out of bounds, but they're going to call the foul, I believe, on Ty Gibbs. And that's going to send C.J. Terrell to the charity stripe here for his first 2 free throws of the game. Knocks down the first one. We shouted out Jerry Taylor Jr.'s Grinch shoes earlier, and he has made a change with his shoes. Maybe somebody at home didn't like the fact that he was celebrating Christmas before Thanksgiving with those shoe choice. But nonetheless, Jerry Taylor Jr. out with a lot less flashy shoes. Cole Torres keeps that ball in play, kicks across to Derek Curtis. Derek, in the early part of the season, has been an absolute spark plug for the Lions. As you see a good cut there, he's going to kick back out to Cole Torres. Lefty puts it up, and it's going to bounce out and fall into the hands of Terrell.
Good shot there by the Pioneers. Yeah, you mentioned it with Curtis. When he's on the floor, it just seems like the Lions have a lot more energy, a lot better chemistry. He's a guy that you want to see out there as much as you can.
Torres, good ball down low. Derek Curtis, the aforementioned Curtis, ball's going to rim out. It's going to be bounced out of bounds off of the Lions. It's going to be possession for the Pioneers. Cal Drake checks out. Trey Morrow checks back in for the Lions. Kicks back out to the big man, Terrell. Marithi again, heat check, and he's going to miss that one. Good board. Oh, but Jerry Taylor Jr. ball's poked out by Terrell. Good job with these second chance points. So that ball's going to be thrown in. Cole Torres is going to try to run the break. Curtis ahead of him. Curtis is going to lean in. Can he finish with the left? No, he can't. Good contest by the Pioneers defense. But you got to have those if you're the Lions. Ball kicked back out to number 4, Jenkins. Jenkins underneath. Severe height advantage under there. Back out to the top of the key. Ball's going to be missed. But look at the second chance points again by Jenkins. He's going to pull up and miss that one. And the Lions have got to clean it up on the boards early. Ball's going to be thrown up top to Curtis. Curtis kicks back to Jerry Taylor Jr. Jerry Taylor with a finish at the rack and 1-for-1 in the gray shoes. Jerry Taylor Jr., great choice.
Yeah, and both teams moving at a really fast pace right now. You'd like to see them slow the ball down a little bit, get the offense set up. Lions need to convert on those fast break opportunities and also need to clean up the boards on defense.
Like you said, just we haven't been consistent enough early in the year to overcome the second chance points that we've given up so far. As you're going to see a good contest there and a missed shot by Cameron Pulley. We got a shot clock went off after the ball hit the rim, so I don't know if that was a shot clock violation or either way it's going to be a foul, a push on 24, Marithi, and that's going to send us into a timeout. 16-12 advantage for the visiting Pioneers of Spartanburg Methodist. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in to the broadcast. Did see your comments on YouTube. We will try to keep it at the full court view as much as we can. Obviously, it cuts off your baskets on the left and right of your screen. So on any dead ball, we'll try to move it for free throws, things like that. As Derek Curtis gets us back underway, Hayden Moten with some screen at the top, drops it off into Jerry Taylor Jr. Jerry Taylor over to Cole Torres. Can he knock it down on the wing? Just a little long. We got a push there on Jerry Taylor Jr., no whistle. As somebody leaves number 11 wide open, and that's Calvin Brown, finishes at the rack. 6-point lead back for the Pioneers. Lions got to get something going here on offense quickly.
Yeah, and you saw a little bit of the size mismatch right there down low. Lions unable to stop the Pioneers from converting an easy two inside.
The Lions just cannot get one to fall, and that's really been the story of the season so far for the Lions. Cannot get the perimeter shooting to drop, as we're going to see a long three from Calvin Brown. Ball's going to rebound out to Ty Gibbs. Gibbs to Curtis. Pump fakes the three, back to Gibbs. Gibbs is going to put the ball back on the floor and go to Curtis, to Gibbs. Cole Torres again. He's going to get another open look. Can't get it to fall. Great rebound, Hayden Moten. And there's going to be a foul on the floor as Moten was getting pushed, I believe, by 24. That's Marithi. His second foul in the last couple minutes, and he's a guy that's done well to start this game. 9 points so far for the Pioneers. If we could get him to foul trouble, and here he will check out of the game. Number 15, Kennedy Aiken-Shannon, the starter, going to check in for Marithi.
And you mentioned Marithi with the hot start in this one. He's been the leading scorer so far this year for the Pioneers, averaging 13.1 points per game. So definitely needs to be the main focus for the Lions defense.
Yeah, really good at insight there, Colin, seeing if we can keep him out of the game in foul trouble and maybe even draw up some plays to ISO him on defense. Anytime he gets on the block against Jerry Taylor Jr., you got to think you're feeding the big man and letting him go to work down there on Marithi and try to keep him out of the ball game, as it'll be fine margins in this looks very even across the board. Ty Gibbs knocks down the first free throw, able to knock down the second. 18-14, Lions trail here. 7:15 remaining in the first half. Ball's thrown across the court as the Lions look to press. Teasley at the top of the key. Excuse me, that was Marshall Lamb, not Teasley. Marshall Lamb with the ball. Lamb down to Brown. Brown cross-court pass. Finds Aiken-Shannon, and he's knocking that one down for three. 21-14 advantage. And that ball's going to be thrown away. And there was no touch by Marshall Lamb. Turnover by the Lions.
There again, you see the struggles with the press that the Lions have faced all year. Again, getting that ball across half court, just been a real struggle for them.
I spoke to Coach Muncie and Coach Latch, and the thing that you see off last year's team is we have a ton of new faces in terms of their getting a ton of minutes. So we had a lot of inexperienced, good up and under right there by Spartanburg to finish at the rack. But there's a lot of inexperienced ball handlers, a lot of freshmen, a lot of guys that maybe didn't get a ton of time last year, and so they're having to knock those kinks out. As you see another turnover there, Ty Gibbs looking for the cut of Cole Torres. He didn't get it, and that ball's thrown off the side padding. Spartanburg Methodist ball.
Yeah, the Lions just look a little bit out of control right now. Again, like I mentioned earlier, would like to see them just slow the ball down a little bit, get set up in the offense, not try and force too much.
Great block right there by Reeves, and then saved by Moten. Redwood brings the ball up. Lions need to try to answer here offensively. Across to Gibbs. Gibbs looking for help. Finds Regale Moore. Hayden Moten with the cut. Good feed by Moore. Out to Gibbs. Ball skips at his ankles, so hard for him to get the ball to shoot. Gibbs bounces around. Ball somehow finds Moten to Moore. 7 on the shot clock. Moore's bouncing around looking for help. Moten in the paint. Can he finish? Tough finish, but Gibbs is going to be there for the rebound, goes back up, unable to put it in the net, and the Pioneers are going to grab that board. Once again, line struggling on the offensive end. Ball back out to the top of the key. Caleb Jenkins. Screen by Terrell, back to the corner. Back to Jenkins. Jenkins swings. Aiken Shannon again for three. That one's going to rim out, but the ball's poked around and thrown back in. Good job, Redwood, to keep that ball alive and keep the Pioneers from getting any more second chance points. Who's going to stop the bleeding here for the Lions? Ball swung around the perimeter. Redwood back to Moore. Moore looks for Redwood. Good defense by the Pioneers on the outside. Rigel Moore again. Kicks across to Moten. Moten back to Reeves. Ball bounces out of his hands straight to the Pioneers. Jenkins again with the ball. 4:30 remaining. Coach Blake Jackson urges his players to slow it down. 23-14 the score here so far from Spartanburg Methodist with a lead. Good drive by Aiken Shannon. We're going to get a whistle there, which looked like incidental contact. That foul is going to go against Ty Gibbs. 14-18 remaining, 23-14. And we're going to get a timeout. Good start by Spartanburg. Let's see what Coach Latch draws up here as he tries to get the Lions a little better on the offensive end. We'll join you here shortly on Lions Live. Welcome back in out of that timeout. Lions trail 23-14 here on this Appalachian Athletic Conference matchup between the visiting Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers. Pioneer ball underneath the basket. Caleb Jenkins to inbound. Narethi runs across the floor. They're going to go back to Aiken Shannon. Aiken Shannon swings across back to Jenkins. Marethi comes with him. Good job by the Lions on defense to force a turnover there. Now, can they get it going offensively? Rigel Moore up the court. Good shimmy. Takes the ball through the middle, and it's going to be knocked out of his hand. No whistle. Ball back to Jenkins, and Redwood with a unreal block. Great job by Redwood to sneak in there. I thought Trey Mora was going to be the only guy with a chance to block that, and Redwood ran through the paint, knocked it out of bounds. Jenkins retains possession. 3:57 remaining here in the first half. Marethi, good job, active hands there for the Lions defense. Morrow again. Coach Blake Jackson upset with the way that inbounds play went. They're trying to run some ball screens for Marethi in the corner. I'm surprised they don't give it to him. They kick it in to Brown. Brown back to Marethi to Jenkins. Jenkins with his right hand drives baseline. Good line defense. Kicks it into Marethi. Marethi can't get that one to fall. Ball's poked out. Good job by Moten. As Moten, I don't even know that he knew there was a guy behind him, but he crossed through his legs at the right time to keep the ball. Redwood up top. Over to Rigel Moore. Moore runs the motion through the paint. Redwood back to Trey Morrow. To Moore. Terrell Reeves fighting for possession underneath. And it is going to be a foul on number 6, Tavares Lacey, who was battling for possession with Reeves in the middle. You're going to see Hayden Moten check out for Cole Torres. Torres, who at times last year really scored for the Lions, looking to get going from behind the arc this year. It's been one of the keys to his game, and he's got to get that confidence back to start pouring in those 3-pointers for the Lions. Breadwood somehow keeps the hold of the ball, but at a severe size disadvantage underneath. Shots blocked by the Pioneers. Lions go another couple minutes, no baskets. Ball kicked out, good hesitation. Kicked back, Aiken Shannon for 3, misses it. Ball's bouncing around. Will Moore get to it? Yes, he does. Kicks it back to Reeves. To Breadwood. Breadwood to Moore. Into Reeves. Can Reeves hit? He kicks back out to Breadwood. Isaiah Breadwood rims out. Ball bounces back to Aiken Shannon. Aiken Shannon runs the court. That's a good layoff right there and a finish by Aiken Shannon as he loses a shoe, 25-14. The only thing keeping the Lions in this game right now is that they've been okay on the defensive end. But it's an abysmal percentage offensively with what they're doing, shooting the ball.
And you said it. The defense is keeping them in the game right now, but just searching offensively right now. Haven't seen the ball go in the basket in a long time. They keep going back to the 3 ball. Currently 0 for 8 from 3. Like to see them get the ball in the paint a little bit more. They had success early on, taking the ball down low. So would like to see them try and convert from inside.
That ball's going to be shot and missed by Derek Curtis. Ball bounced off of Cal Drake. And Colin, I agree. You got to think that they're going to look to establish Jerry Taylor Jr. down on the block. You've got to feed him. And he's been the leading scorer for us this year. Seeing if he can get the offense kind of sputtering now. Can he get us back going? First, we got to have a good defensive possession. Aiken Shannon with the drive with the left. Cole Torres does a good job. Marithi from a deep 3, and he knocks it down. Marithi stays hot for the Pioneers as he continues to pour in the points.
Yeah, Marithi now up to 15 points with that 3-pointer. 3 for 5 from 3, and continues to be the hot hand for the Pioneers here.
Curtis to Cal Drake. Pioneers have doubled up the lines, 28-14. Cole Torres in the corner. There we go. That's what we needed. Cole Torres knocks down the tray to keep it at 11. 1:15 remaining in the first half. Lions need a good defensive possession here to see if they can grab some of that momentum into the halftime interval. Marithi with the ball. Curtis has got to stay tight to him, cannot allow him to have anything open from behind the arc. Ball's bouncing around. Kick to Marithi. Marithi back out top. Kicks across. Aiken Shannon. Good ball movement by the Pioneers. Aiken Shannon misses it. We're getting held down low. 2 Pioneers. It's a 5-on-3. 2 Pioneers on the court. Cal Drake back out to Derek Curtis. Back to Cole Torres. All Pioneers are down the court now. Good job. The dish and slam by Cal Drake. 28-19. Great possession by the Lions. 33 remaining. 24 on the shot clock. And we're going to get a timeout by Coach Blake Jackson as he feels a little bit of that momentum that they had gained slipping away. As we're going to go to the break here. 28-19. Pioneers lead. We'll be back shortly on Lions Live.
And Pioneers will have the ball here coming out of the timeout. We'll see if they draw up a play to get a quick shot up here with a 2-for-1 opportunity. But, again, that's going to have to be a quick shot in order for that to happen.
Ball into Jackson. Doesn't look like the tempo is going to be that quick from the Pioneers. Marithi. He's guarded deep behind the line by Cole Torres. We can force him to take that shot all night. We'll be good. Breadwood runs the floor. Going to have Torres back to his left. Turns. Jerry Taylor Jr. out to Torres. 8 on the clock. Cole Torres pull up. Trey going to miss it. Cole Drake overran the rebound, and we're going to see a missed heave by Jenkins. That's going to send us to the halftime interval, 28-19 with the lead. The Spartanburg Methodist Pioneers go into the break with a decent lead. We'll see what Coach Latch can draw up for the Lions in the second half. We'll be back in about 10 minutes here on Lions Live. Test, test, test. Just running a test here.
Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check. Welcome back to Lions Live here with the start of the second half. Hopefully have our mic issues fixed between myself and Colin Ledbetter. Lions trying to overcome a 28-19 deficit here at the half. And really, in the first half can be summed up with two things, Colin. Bryan's inability to shoot from behind the arc and the turnover battle, which 9 turnovers for the Lions, only 3 for the Pioneers. So when you kind of look across the box score, you're a little surprised that we're in this game.
Yeah, it does seem like the deficit is more manageable than it should be at this point with the shooting struggles and the turnover problems for the Lions. But a lot of basketball left in this one, and the Lions definitely not out of it. So we'll see what Coach Latch has drawn up for the second half. Hopefully the Lions can get into the flow on offense, and I'd like to see them work the ball inside a little bit more. I know I've mentioned that a few times tonight, but just the way that they've shot the ball from outside has not been efficient so far.
Something's definitely got to give. I don't think 1 for 10 will be something that we keep up here in the second half. Interesting to see what Coach Latch decides to do. Does he roll out the starters, or does he decide to give some more options off the bench?
Yeah, and that's a good point. You look at some of the numbers from the starters in the first half, 3 of the 5 with no points in the first half of play. So it seemed that there was a little more spark from the bench, but it looks like we're going to go back to the starting 5 here. So we'll see if they come out with a little more energy, a little more fire in the second half here as the Lions have the ball to start the second half.
Yep, Moten to Curtis, they'll get us back underway. 20 minutes to right the ship here for the Lions. Last game before the Thanksgiving holiday. Inside to Jerry Taylor Jr. is going to go to work on Terrell. Good up and under, and he scores on Terrell. And Colin Ledbetter might have given the halftime speech there with getting the ball on the block and let Jerry Taylor Jr. work. Cuts the Methodist lead to 7.
Yeah, and Jerry Taylor Jr. is the closest size-wise to the defenders underneath for the Pioneers. We've seen a lot of mismatch with our smaller guards trying to go inside into the trees, so to speak, and so Jerry Taylor Jr. provides a little more size and strength down low.
Yeah, we've got to see if we can offset. I think we can win the battle down low. Can we keep Marithi from going crazy? Him and Aiken Shannon, both threats from outside the arc, and we have not matched anybody offensively from behind the arc for the most part of the year. So here we go. Jenkins with a drive. Tough finish on a runner in the lane. What touch from him. Gets it back to an 11-point lead. Curtis to Morrow. Back to Breadwood. Fakes a pass to Morrow. Morrow looking, no options. The one thing that you'll see with the struggles, the Lions from beyond the arc, a lot more zone. Going to give you the options. Can Moten knock it down? No, he can't. That ball's going to go off Trey Morrow and out of bounds. But we're going to see a lot of zone to try to, I would assume, for Coach Blake Jackson to protect from the Jerry Taylor Jr. threat down low and just dare the Lions to make shots down the stretch. So the Lions are going to have to hit those. Good hard screen there. And another good take. What a finish at the rim. Caleb Jenkins has come out of the halftime interval and made 2 ridiculously tough shots in the paint. First a little fading runner and then finishes through the contact to Curtis. Down to Jerry Taylor Jr. Good Euro up and under, and he finishes. Jerry Taylor Jr., good start to this half. Got to get him going if you're the Lions. 11-point lead for the Pioneers.
Really good job breaking the press there quickly by the Lions and then getting through that zone defense that you mentioned that the Pioneers are running right now.
Aiken Shannon in the corner. There's a mismatch down, and Derek Curtis, probably at least a foot of a mismatch, pokes that ball out with good active hands on the defensive end. Was he going to pull a 3? Ball's going to be poked out by Jenkins. Jenkins slows it up. Good decision. Kicks it to number 12, Terrell. Terrell out in the corner. Aiken Shannon back to Marithi. Marithi on the drive. Derek Curtis grabs that, and they're going to call a foul. I don't think it was on Curtis. It may have been, I can't tell. Nonetheless, ball under the basket for the Pioneers.
And the Lions go with a line change here. 5 new Lions on the floor.
Ball thrown in underneath. Kicked back out to Marithi. Marithi, the hot hand in the first half, is going to miss it. Good rebound, contested rebound by Drake. Drake out to Rigel Moore. Rigel Moore up to Torres. The lefty kicks back to Moore. Moore looks at the top of the key, decides to kick it down. Cole Drake, can he knock that one down in the corner? Cal Drake, excuse me. But a good rebound. Can he go up? No call. They're letting him play underneath as Torres tried to go up and get the foul call, but he could not get the ball up there. Good job by Jenkins to corral that one. That was an errant pass that looked like it was headed for the out-of-bounds padded wall on the top end of your screen. Jenkins keeps it inbounds, slows it up. 8 on the shot clock. Jenkins with another take. Can he do it again? Kicks it back out to the top of the key. Step back 3. Going to be an air ball, and you're going to get a shot clock violation there. As Tavares Lacey, I think not someone that shoots a lot of perimeter shots. At least he has not been there positionally much this game, but the ball found its way to him with 3 on the shot clock, and they didn't really give him much of an option there. Lions under pressure again. Ty Gibbs kicks it down to Drake. Drake tries to finish. Ball's going to be knocked out, and there's going to be a foul called on Drake, or against Drake, excuse me. He's going to go to the free throw line to shoot 2.
And he'll sink the first one here. Lions now bring it to within 10. One more shot here for Drake. And he converts from the free throw line, 2 for 2. Lions running a press now. Pioneers get it across.
Lions need some defensive stops here, Colin, to see if they can get back into this game. And that's good ball movement across the zone defense, and you see how to break. You get the ball into the middle, and everybody sucks down to that man, and he finds the backdoor cut. Easy lay-in and 2 points, back to an 11-point lead. Gibbs under pressure, back to Rigel Moore. Will he pull up from 3? Deep from 3, Rigel Moore. Back of the rim, and the Lions just cannot get it going from behind the arc. Marithi with the board. Back up the court for the Pioneers. Ball screen for Marithi. Marithi kicks out Jenkins. Jenkins on the right wing. Right now it seems to be Marithi runs through a lot of cuts and motions and see if you can get him out. As I think Jenkins went in there without really an idea and throws the ball to Terrell. Terrell with a little baby hook. That's going to extend the Spartanburg Methodist lead back to 13. Lions need an answer here. Gibbs gets it across. But he goes up, contested shot, unable to finish at the rim. Spartanburg decides to good block Reeves, and that was a big-time block there on Lacey. And then back end to end, Cole Torres lays the ball in, and we're going to get a timeout from Coach Jackson. I think he was a little upset with them running the floor there. 38-27, 11-point lead for Spartanburg. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. 38-27 Spartanburg lead, 14:34 remaining here in the second half. Lions waiting to get it going on offense. Spartanburg puts the ball back into play. Jenkins brings it up again. Been a little bit of a spark plug. Very explosive player. He throws the ball down to the corner. Marithi back to Jenkins. Ball's going to be tipped out. Jenkins somehow gets the best of it. Reeves is going to foul Terrell up and under, makes the basket and one. Not what the Lions needed out of that timeout.
And you mentioned Jenkins being kind of that spark plug. Obviously not the biggest in stature, but seems like he's just everywhere on the court. Provides a lot of energy for the Pioneers. Spreads the ball around really well. Gets the ball inside even despite the size mismatch. Sometimes, like you said, looks like he doesn't really have a plan when he goes in there, but he's able to improvise and make something out of nothing.
You know, he had in the first half, obviously played a role, but we didn't say his name a ton. He comes out in the second half. He hits that tough floater in the lane. Then he has a really tight contested finish at the rim, and it's kind of like his confidence has got going, and he's just done a really good job. And I think a couple times drove in almost out of control and then goes to the floor, finds guys with a pass, and just making things happen. It's a little bit what we loved about Derek Curtis early in the year. Had been that spark plug for the Lions where it was just 100 miles an hour all the time, and it just gave everybody around him a sense of energy. The Lions are looking pretty lethargic right now. They need somebody to step up and provide that spark. Who's it going to be? As Coach Latch talks to his five on the court right now, they'll break the timeout. It'll be Jerry Taylor Jr., Derek Curtis, Cole Torres, Hayden Moten, and Trey Morrow. And somebody's got to be the guy down the stretch. 14-15 remaining, a 13-point deficit to overcome here against Spartanburg. We saw the Lady Lions a little earlier have a comfortable, I think, 18 to 20-point win against the Lady Pioneers earlier. Lady Lions kept it rolling. Coach Matt Blount and the Lady Lions stay undefeated in Appalachian Athletic Conference play and undefeated at home, as we're going to have some big-time battles on the ladies' side of the conference coming up. You've got Johnson, Reinhardt, Pikeville. All those teams are very good on paper. We got, I think, 3 of the ladies teams are undefeated. So got some big matchups coming to you across the holidays here after Thanksgiving, between now and Christmas, and then going into the next semester. C.J. Terrell at the line, trying to knock down the back end of the and one here, and he does. Old-fashioned three-point play for him. A great finish through the contact of Terrell Reeves. Line's down 14. Ball kicked to Trey Morrow. Derek Curtis barks out some orders to his team, crosses over, back to Morrow. Morrow looks cross court to Torres. Torres to Moten. Jerry Taylor Jr. back to Cole Torres in the corner. He's got to knock that one down. Rims out. Great rebound, Trey Morrow. Back to Torres. Torres finishes. Good second chance points there. Morrow, very good time to crash the boards. Needed that one. And the Lions going to initiate that press again, Colin.
Yeah, it was a good offensive possession there for the Lions. Need to follow it up with a good defensive possession right here.
Yeah, anything at this point where the Lions are putting the ball in the net has got to be considered a good one. Good hands again. Trey Morrow, is he going to be the guy? We talked about needing a spark plug. If you know Trey, he's the most chill human on the planet, but can absolutely put the ball in the basket at times. As we get a foul, tough attempt at a finish. Ball's not going to find its way in, but we're going to go to the charity stripe for 2 free throws. Trey Morrow, one of the top, I believe, 10 scorers in Tennessee high school basketball history. Scott County great, Trey Morrow. We're going to need him to have one of those performances down the stretch here and see if he can get some points quickly. Hayden Moten in and out on the first free throw. See 3 changes for the Pioneers. Checking in on number 3, that's Davis.
And I'm going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but a really good job by the Lions of getting the ball inside, having a lot of success when they get the ball in the paint. Moten able to get contact, draw the foul, and get to the line. Got to be able to convert on those free shots, though.
Back to Jenkins. Jenkins is where the Lions bench incensed about something.
I think they thought he walked.
Moten's going to check out here. We're going to get the first action of the day from Nick Chambliss, 6'3" junior from Dawson, Georgia. The one thing that Nick can do is shoot from the perimeter. During our preseason Midnight Madness, won the three-point shooting contest. We're going to hope that Nick can get going here with the Lions. Anything from behind the arc would be good. So we're going to see him float to the corner. Jerry Taylor Jr. goes cross court, looking for Cole Torres. Torres to Curtis. Chambliss in the corner. Can Chambliss knock it down? In and out. Looks like that's exactly what Coach Latch wanted when he put Nick in the game, but unable to convert that three-pointer. And there's something in the water for the Lions today from behind the arc. Jenkins back with the ball. Can they continue to play defense to keep them in it? Lacey. Lacey across to Pulley, back to Jenkins. Gets a ball screen. Chambliss does the defense on Jenkins. Jenkins explodes through with his left hand, couldn't finish, but the one black jersey in the paint brings down the rebound. 4-on-1. What a rebound for Zanai Davis. And Davis finishes just into the ball game. 43-29. Lions got to go, and they've got to go now. Chambliss with the ball. Back to Curtis. Curtis to Torres. Can Torres knock it down? Looks like it's going to be. It is good. Lions staying in it. 11:40 remaining. Lions trail by 11. Jenkins again. Curtis doing the defending. It's going to have to be Torres, Colin. I think Torres or Chambliss are going to be the guys that have to knock down some shots here for us down the stretch.
Yeah, we've talked about the struggles from beyond the arc, but at this point in the game, with the deficit where it is, those three-point shots are really going to be kind of live and die right now. It's going to be the only way for the Lions to get back in this one. And so you talk about Chambliss and Torres, those guys are going to have to really come up big with those shots.
Lions trail by 11. Torres with the ball. Back across to Derek Curtis. Back to Morrow. Morrow from three. Knocks it down. Just what we needed. 43-35. 8-point lead for the Pioneers. And here's the mini run that the Lions needed. Can we get another stop on defense? Torres doing the defending on Marithi. Switches over to Curtis. Jenkins on the wing. Nick Chambliss providing some energy off the bench here. Ball screen. We're going to get a drive and a take, and I think that's probably a good foul if you're Torres to send Lacey to the line. If not, he was destined to lay that ball in the basket.
Yeah, you're right. That was probably going to be an easy two right there. Force him to earn it from the stripe here.
Three of three so far are the Pioneers from the free throw line. And, you know, just looking at this, they're 4 of 4 now. Lions are 4 of 8. So not a ton of free throws that have been shot so far in this game. But the Lions leaving some points at the line with only 50% so far. We're going to see Ty Gibbs check in for Jerry Taylor Jr. A little bit of a smaller lineup here for Coach Latch. Lacey knocks down both. Got to think there's going to be some perimeter action. Chambliss gets the ball to Morrow. Morrow looks for a cut. Gets one of Torres, and great job right there by Cameron Pulley. That was going to be an easy lay-in for Torres on his left side. The ball was slapped out of bounds. Morrow to inbound, 15 seconds on the shot clock. Lions with a small lineup. Torres out to Curtis. Curtis looks for Chambliss. Chambliss had Torres down low, drives into the paint. Morrow, that shot's going to be blocked. Good job by Tavares Lacey, and we mentioned the size difference to start the game, but definitely a size difference now with a smaller lineup.
Yeah, and you talked about that smaller lineup for the Lions on the floor right now. You would think that that would mean they're looking for a little more action from beyond the perimeter. tried to go inside right there, and the size mismatch was very evident.
It's definitely going to be the opposite here, you think, for Spartanburg. Going to look to put the ball on the floor, get to the rim. Good job by Cole Torres to jump. We're going to get a jump ball. That possession should stay with Spartanburg. 3 on the shot clock. And it looks like we're going to get a timeout. Jackson. Jenkins underneath, gets the ball back into Lacey. Lacey has to pull the deep three. That's going to be his second shot clock violation. Kind of odd that late. Now, I haven't looked at the stats in depth for Spartanburg, but just with the way he posts up, I would say Lacey is not one of their regular three-point shooters. And forgive me if I'm wrong on that one. But
Lacey appears to be their second leading scorer on the season with almost 12 points per game, but you're right. I think a lot of those points come from inside the arc.
Sorry to cut you off there, Colin. Big-time baseline three from Ty Gibbs. Gets this lead to 7. Can the Lions get another stop? 9:13 remaining. Jenkins puts the ball on the floor, and it is going to be a stop by the Lions. A little bit too much tempo on that pass from Jenkins. Slips through the hands of Pulley, goes into the bleachers here. And the small lineup for Coach Latch is paying off. Can they continue to trim this lead down?
And you talk about Jenkins, how he kind of plays with his hair on fire. When things are going well, you don't mind that. But in a situation like this, with the Lions starting to creep back in this game, you want to see him be a little bit more under control.
I always think, Colin, as out of your point guard, you want some poise. They got to know when the tempo needs. You got to really have their, the pulse of the team. Derek Curtis steps up, kicks to Trey Morrow on the wing. Can Trey knock it down? He can. The Lions are all of a sudden hot from 3. 45-41. Lions back in this game, clawing their way in, possession by possession. Can we get another big stop? Not a huge crowd in the gym, obviously, with it being Thanksgiving break. No students here, but you can start to feel a little bit of the momentum. It's palpable in Summers Gymnasium. Cole Torres fronts Aiken Shannon. Aiken Shannon back to Marithi. Marithi spins, looks for Reeves. Good job right there. Trey Morrow with the block, lines with the ball again. Cole Torres down to Kai Gibbs. He likes the corner. Can he find another one? Yes, he can for 3. Ty Gibbs, 45-44. His dad's in front of the booth, and it's got him on his feet for this one. Lions down by 1. Aiken Shannon back to Marithi. Can the Lions get another big stop? Ty Gibbs forces the ball across. Nick Chambliss back to Curtis. Curtis, they continue to defend well. Marithi, step back, no shot. Good rebound, Gibbs. Lions need to keep the pressure up. Small lineup's they've hit 3 consecutive three-pointers on 3 straight possessions. Back to Morrow. Morrow looking for Gibbs. Is he feeling the hot hand? Gibbs for 3. Yes, he does! And the Lions have the first lead of the ball game, 47-45. What a 4-possession. Ty Gibbs 3 times for 3. Trey Morrow for 3. 12 straight unanswered by the Lions. 47-45. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. 12-0 run by the Lions on 4 straight 3 balls. Trey Morrow sinks 1. Ty Gibbs, the freshman, 3 for his last 3 behind the arc. And the Lions, out of nowhere, have a 2-point lead. Let's see how the Pioneers can answer. Derek Curtis with a full court pressure on Jenkins. Jenkins to Marithi. Marithi D'd up by Torres. Torres, a lot of energy out of the home team now. 15 on the shot clock. Jenkins looks to drive. Ty Gibbs has picked it off. He's going to take this coast to coast, and he lays it in with his left hand. And Ty Gibbs, the spark plug we didn't know we were going to get, he's got 11 of the last 14 for the Lions. Can they continue to defend well? Aiken Shannon, can he put a stop to this run? He can't. And another rebound, Cole Torres. Full stretch for the rebound. Lions, do they decide to slow it down or they continue to run the floor?
And it looks like Coach Latch is telling them to push the pressure here, giving them a wave forward.
You feel like the momentum is only on the home team now, so you got to continue to try to roll this thing. Morrow out to Chambliss. Chambliss gets a screen. Jenkins stays with him. Curtis in the corner. It's 5 on the shot clock. Curtis around his back. Can he lay that one in? Yes, he does.
And now a 16-0 run by the Lions.
16-0 run, and everybody in gray all of a sudden is putting the ball in the net, Colin. We've been asking for this for the first 30 minutes of this ball game, and the Lions have woke up. 51-45, Lions lead, 6:16 remaining here in the second half. Jenkins at the top, swings it, and all the momentum is here with the Lions. Good pressure. Marithi back out to Reeves. Brown. And we're going to get a foul there on Trey Morrow right at the end of the shot clock. Good contest. That's going to send number 11, Calvin Brown, to the line to shoot 2 and see if the Pioneers are trying to put an end to a 16-0 run here. The last time they had a field goal has been at least 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, the Lions have really found a spark here. The ever so cool Jason Latch, about as animated as I've ever seen him on the sideline, getting his guys fired up, and like I said, applying that pressure that's led to this 16-0 run.
Knocks down the first free throw. The second misses. Good rebound, Morrow. 5-point lead. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Full court press. Nick Chambliss puts it on the floor. Up and under. Nick Chambliss just rims out. That would have been a huge basket. Good job getting to the rim there. Can the Lions continue to keep the defense up? Marithi drives. That's a tough shot. Rims out, but the ball's going to bounce off of Ty Gibbs' foot. Good active hands on defense. C.J. Terrell there to knock it out to retain possession. 20 on the shot clock for the Pioneers. Jenkins will inbound underneath the basket. On the S of Lions. Into Marithi. Marithi looks, turns, back into the middle. Derek Curtis and Trey Moore do the defending. And I don't know how you get a whistle there as Morrow was straight up.
You're right. It looked like he was straight up there. It looked like a lot of ball. Did not think that was a foul. Nonetheless, it's going to send the Pioneers to the line.
Pioneers have only missed 1 free throw so far in the game. C.J. Terrell dries off his hands on his shorts, trying to see if he can knock down these 2 and get this back to a 1-possession ball game. He's going to miss the first.
Man, and we talked about it in the first half. When you don't see the ball go through the hoop for a while, things start to feel really desperate. And the Pioneers getting a little taste of what the Lions went through in the first half.
Was able to knock down the second. 51-47. Lions lead. Hot hand, Ty Gibbs. Up top to Curtis. Runs his motion. Back to Morrow. Morrow's really the biggest on the court for the Lions currently. Tries to take it off the dribble. Ball's going to get knocked and end up in the hands of Jenkins. Turnover for the Lions. Jenkins feeds back to Lacey. Little Euro and a nice finish at the rim. 51-49.
And I was just about to compliment the Lions on how well they've taken care of the ball here in the second half. that turnover leads to an easy 2 for the Pioneers, something that they're going to have to really limit here as we come down the home stretch.
This game seems about as 50-50 as you can get. Ty Gibbs back in the corner. They've got to stay on him. Anything he can get open for three, you have to think he's got the confidence to take that shot with the way he's been. It's a good shimmy and a drive, and he's going to lay that in at the rim. Ty Gibbs coming out party. 53-49, Lions continue to lead.
Yeah, Gibbs is feeling it right now. We need to continue to get the ball in his hands.
4:14 remaining. Lions keep the lead at 4. Jenkins to Lacey. Lacey back across. C.J. Terrell. Terrell to Marithi. Lions have done a good job limiting the three ball in this second half. That's a good, strong drive, but great defense to stay with Kennedy Aiken-Shannon as the Lions get the ball back. And it's back in the hand of Ty Gibbs. Coach Blake Jackson of the Pioneers trying to pump his guys up. Derek Curtis with the ball, pressured by Aiken-Shannon. Puts the ball on the floor. Is he's going to drive? Do we get? No, they're going to call it. And one. We had a little bit of a pause after Derek Curtis laid that ball in.
I wasn't sure they were going to give him the continuation there.
They did, and he continues and lays that one in. And we're going to be right back. 55-49. We'll be back with Derek Curtis from the free throw line in a few seconds. Welcome back in. 3:35 remaining. Derek Curtis trying to finish off the back end of the and one. Had a little bit of miscommunication between the officials as myself and Colin Ledbetter trying to figure out whether or not they were going to give him the continuation or not. They did. Can he finish it off with the free throw? Rattles it up and in. Lines up 7. Caleb Jenkins brings it up. Now the Pioneers are in the same position the Lions were in 4 minutes ago. They need to get some stops and put the ball in the basket. Aiken-Shannon, that's a big-time three. What a shot from him. And that initiates the press. Rigel Moore getting fouled. And he's not going to get the call, and it's going to be a turnover, 4-point lead, and now it's Pioneer basketball.
Yeah, Lions might have been looking for the foul there, but just a really good trap by the Pioneers. Again, applying that pressure in the press that the Lions have had so much trouble with so far this year.
Got to watch Marithi out here at the top of the key. Good job with the pressure. Lacey's able to beat it. That's Aiken-Shannon. He's been their best shooter today, and his most open look he misses, but they get the board back out to Aiken-Shannon. He's not going to miss twice. He does. Good rebound, Derek Curtis. Is he going to slow it up or he's going to keep his foot on the gas? He decides to drive in. He's going to take a 15-foot jump shot. Misses it. Moten on the board. Up and down. And a jump ball. Lions retain possession. Great job, Hayden Moten, to crash the boards there. Derek Curtis with the pull-up jumper. As we had Jerry Taylor Jr. back in the ball game. Ball into Jerry Taylor. Back out to Gibbs. Gibbs is going to look, going to kick it back down to Jerry Taylor Jr., and it's going to be blocked by Lacey. Good job by him. Now he's going to try to run the floor. Big man going one-on-one, and he's going to draw the foul. Tavares Lacey with a big-time play on both ends of the floor, able to get a block and then go down, and now he's going to go to the line to shoot two. And, Colin, it looks like we're going to be in for a very jam-packed final 2 minutes, 34 seconds in this game. Lions up by 4, but this game is hanging in the balance with every possession.
Yeah, we talked at the half. It looked like the Lions may struggle to get back in this one, but with a lot of momentum early in the second half, they've regained the lead and are trying to maintain that with the final 2 minutes and some change here as there's a missed free throw. Good take there to the basket by Lacey on that play, recognizing the size mismatch and realizing he had an easy two waiting for him, and if not, he was going to get fouled and get to the line.
The Lions are definitely going to have to go with a bit bigger of a lineup down the stretch than what got them back into this game, because being able to secure rebounds is going to be a big deal. Lions lead by 3 here. Gibbs up to Moten. Moten down to Jerry Taylor Jr. Puts the ball on the floor, and he somehow doesn't lay it in or get fouled. Jenkins senses it, tries to take it. It's bounced off Moten's hands. Moten's poked it free. We've got a runner backside. It's going to be Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs with a left. Good finish by Gibbs, and a good job by Moten and Torres to make sure that they didn't run into each other. They're getting the ball to Gibbs. 5-point lead, 2:05 remaining. Lions, every stop here makes it tough on the Pioneers down the stretch. Jenkins across to Marithi. Marithi to Lacey. Lacey, that ball's tipped. Finds Jenkins. Jenkins to Aiken Shannon, unable to finish, and the rebound Gibbs. Gibbs is going to have to put the ball on the floor and beat a defender. He does. Up to Torres. That's a good job to get the ball across half court, and we're going to get a timeout by Coach Latch. And that's going to be a 30-second timeout. We'll join you back here in just a few seconds on Lions Live. 58-53, Lions lead. Welcome back. We're swag surfing out of the timeout here in Summers Gymnasium. 58-53, Lions lead. Ty Gibbs leading scorer for the Lions, up to 19. Cole Torres, the only other line in double digits with 10. 3 Spartanburg Methodist players in double digits. Terrell with 16, Marithi with 12, and Aiken Shannon with 11. Morrow at the top of the key. Looks for Gibbs and finds Gibbs. He's been the hot hand this entire second half. Torres comes to get the ball. 6 on the shot clock. Torres is going to have to make something happen. Takes a deep three. Oh, my goodness. Steph Curry. Shades of Steph Curry with that finish.
Wow.
61-53, and that feels like a dagger here in the gymnasium. What a shot by Torres. Marithi's going to try to answer with his own, and he does. Back-to-back unreal shots by both teams. Lead back to 5.
We mentioned Marithi being the best shooter for the Pioneers this season. Expect to see the ball in his hands a lot here down the stretch.
61-56, 1:05 remaining. We're having some clock issues here. We had an official. I think they're trying to set the clock. They did. They put 57 seconds on the clock. 5-point lead. The Lions have the ball. Cole Torres inbounds underneath his basket. Heavy pressure here from the Pioneers. Derek Curtis going to look to get the ball. He does get it. Puts it on the floor. Jenkins doing the defending. Great job
Slow
by
down.
Curtis to get it across midcourt. and then slow it down.
Biggest priority for the Lions on this possession is ball security.
Cole Torres takes it underneath, kicks it back out the tree, and he throws it wide, and it goes off the pad. They did burn 20 seconds on that possession. 37 and a half seconds remain. 61-56, Lions lead. Morrow's out of the game for Hayden Moten. Moten does a really good job on the defensive end and also on the board, so easy substitution here for Coach Latch. Provides some length on defense as well. Spartanburg's got to move. Marithi looking as a step back to Jenkins. Jenkins to Lacey. Lacey dribbles, going one-on-one with Moten. Moten, great defense. Good job not fouling there as the two-point bucket doesn't hurt you, but it's a three-point lead. May have to get a timeout here, and Coach Latch wanted a timeout and didn't get it.
And you expect to see a foul here, as there it is.
They did get the foul on Derek Curtis, and it was crazy. They did not see Coach Latch wanted the timeout when it looked like we might not get the ball inbounded. They didn't give it to him. Lions were able to get it in there, and then the foul on Derek Curtis. So we're going to look here to see Lions shooting 77% on the year as a team, which you'd probably want it to be a bit higher, but it's not terrible. Derek Curtis only at 66%. Looks like Ty Gibbs, our best free throw shooter on the year, at 86%. And Isaiah Breadwood also 10 for 10 on the year. Maybe seeing Breadwood check into this game potentially if it becomes a free throw shooting contest here.
Yeah, and I think at this point you're right. If the Lions get the ball back again, the Pioneers are going to be forced to foul. And so you'll probably see the Lions go with their best foul shooters on the floor for however much time remains after these free throws here. Still got to be able to get a stop on defense after these free throws.
Yeah, going to be a huge, huge opportunity for Derek Curtis. And so far this year, he seemed to step up to the occasion pretty consistently for the Lions. Lions break it down coming out of the timeout. 3-point lead, 18 seconds remain here. Thanksgiving dinner will taste a little better for anybody in red and gray if we can get this win here. The inbound, Cole Torres is going to do the honors. Curtis gets through. Curtis puts the ball on the floor. He's going to have to get fouled, and they do foul him. And that's got to be something here.
Yeah, I mean, just a blatant chuck of the ball by Jenkins into the back of Derek Curtis.
They had what happened was pretty tight defense as expected. 11 seconds remain in this game, and Curtis dropped the ball after being fouled in the vicinity of Jenkins. He threw it off of him. No call either way. Curtis is going to run through. Who's going to get the ball here? And that ball's going to be poked away, and we're going to see a jam by Tavares Lacey. Lines up one, and we're going to get a timeout. Coach Latch.
And I just alluded to the priority to take care of the ball. Those 2 free points allow the Pioneers right back in this ball game with 7.7 seconds left. Cannot happen if you're the Lions right there.
And the Lions had a timeout. Had 2 timeouts actually because they just took one. And you would think that
if you feel
like you can't get the ball inbounds, you just take a timeout and go.
There.
Even the guy, and you'd probably talk about, it doesn't have to come from the bench there. It can come from the man on the inbounds.
Absolutely.
But good finish by Lacey in what's turned into a really tight nail-biter of a contest here. 61-60, Lions will have to inbound, and it's going to put some high-pressure free throws on somebody if they can get the ball in. You know that Coach Jackson is telling his team it's got to be an instant foul. You probably go for the steal, and as soon as you don't get the steal, you've got to go ahead and wrap somebody up, send them to the free throw line.
Yeah, you would think as soon as the Lions get the ball in here,
and it'll be a 1-and-1, so it'll be a high pressure free throws here. Good job to get it in. 5 seconds, no. And it's going to be a 5-second call. And my goodness, what a turn in this ball game.
And it seemed like that whistle didn't come until the ball was already in play.
We see Trey Morrow come out, Hayden Moten back in, and the Lions, who thought they were going to be icing this game from the free throw line, are now going to have to do it on the defensive end. Terrell Reeves tries to check in. Are they going to check him in? Yes, they are. Jerry Taylor Jr. comes off. Reeves goes on. They have, you got to think, the best under the basket play for Coach Jackson here, and we're going to get the last timeout from Coach Latches. Good job by him to see what they're coming out in and then go ahead and come to offset that, draw up a play to make sure they're defending. Can the Lions recover? Tough turnover. You've got to clear it mentally and go back at it. 61-60, Lions holding on here, 7.7 remaining. It's going to be an under-the-basket play.
Yeah, and you talked about the ability to just clear that one. You still have the lead here if you're the Lions, so the pressure is on the Pioneers here. You cannot make it too easy for them. You cannot give them an easy foul, but you have to contest any shot that goes up.
Coach Latch is going to come out of this. Derek Curtis, Ty Gibbs, Hayden Moten, Terrell Reeves, and Cole Torres. And I'm interested, depending on what you think, it's going to be a little bit of a dual look for Coach Jackson and the Pioneers. You're probably going to have Marithi or Aiken Shannon on the perimeter, but I would look to go to Tavares Lacey. He's been your best player down the stretch. He's going to look for the ball. They're going to Lacey.
Yeah,
Lacey's going to drop off to Marithi. They got a pick and roll. Marithi, can you stay on him? He's going to turn. It's going to be a contested shot for the win, and he knocked it down.
And you had to think the ball was going to be in his hands in a big spot like that. He's been the leading scorer for the Pioneers all season. And just a heartbreaking defeat for the Lions there.
The crazy part about that, if you look at what happened, the Lions defended it perfectly. They tried to go in to Tavares Lacey. He caught the ball, and they stayed on Marithi tight at the top of the key and forced him into about an 18-foot contested pull-up jump shot, and he drains it at the top of the key, and the Lions lose a heartbreaker here after battling back 62-61 to the visiting Pioneers. Thank you for joining us on Lions Live. For myself, Colin Ledbetter, Jessica Day, and Clint McCauley here in the booth, and Jeremy Deal. We will see you after the Thanksgiving break here. Happy Thanksgiving from all of us at Bryan College to you guys, and we will join you after the break. See you soon.